We're live. Welcome to the Broomball Super Series Day 2. This is Game 3 between the American men and the Canadian men. My name's Grant Dawson, and I am here to take you the distance for the men's game. Bright and early here in New Hope at the Ice Arena. The lights are on. The energy is good in the building. And these two teams are ready to continue the battle. Yesterday, started off with a Canada victory in the early session. Then in the primetime game, the USA answered with a 2-0 victory of their own. So we break the knot here. It's a best of 5, so this is obviously a critical game. Whoever wins this one will really be on the doorstep. Had a chance to chat with a couple of the athletes from both sides, and they are focused, I'll say. I guess that's the best way to put it. I don't think there's a ton of love lost between the two teams. They've got good respect for each other, certainly, but they're both pretty tuned up to get this thing done. About 40 seconds away from getting started. Referees are on the ice. Teams doing final warm-ups, getting the legs warm ahead of the game. I've been a part of a few of these, and the second day is always an exercise in getting your legs right. And if you can, the lungs will follow. 18-minute stop time halves. If we go to the extra session, we'll talk about it. The first game between the men did go into overtime. Second game was a 2-0 regulation win. Canada gathers down at their bench, or down at their goal. Their goalie is down on the ice. Swing the camera down there. The goaltender is down. Number 53, White Brown. He looks like he might be badly hurt. Being helped off the ice in warm-ups. And this is a story developing here. I don't know exactly what happened, but somehow during warm-ups, the goalie collapsed in the net and looks like he's not bearing any weight on his leg and is getting tended to now by the head coach there. Kevin Keeley's working with him. And we may need to get some attention for that young man. Canada clearly fired up, talking to each other. Backup goaltender in. Alexander White Brown clearly frustrated that he can't go. Pierre-Luc Sauvé will take his spot in net as a last-second replacement. And the game is about to commence. Pete Sikic in the draw circle against Zach Keeley. All the usual suspects. The Keeley line starting today. The traditional line for the U.S. starting, and Tony bumps that back to Swanson, who sends it to the corner, and it's loose early, and that touches forward to Walby. Walby chips it up and out. Nice play there. Reset expectations. Broughton on a forecheck right away, getting the tempo going. Ben Keeley spins away from pressure. Broughton continues to pester, try to get the ball from him. Really a heavy forecheck out of Broughton early. American pressure is thick. They try to flip over the top. Could be a breakaway the other way. He's onside. Keeley there. Pete Sikic back checks. And that ball is just a shade too high to a streaking Jeremiah Weideman, who had just come off the bench. That ends up in the Canada bench, and we are going to reset play. Eccles in the draw circle here for the Americans now. Reset and try that again. Won by Canada. Weideman flips it. They're on sides, tries to touch it around. Try and Zach Lee. Ponsack with the ball now. Ponsack to the sidewall. A little bit of an obstructed view from the broadcast booth this morning on the south rink. So I might not get an angle on every play down the near side of the ice. I'll do the best that I can. This is Weideman. Weideman being pestered, touched away by Johnson. Johnson tries to get around him and can't. Ball flared in, boxed out nicely, and they try to send the ball to the corner. Lee will be the first one there. Lee trying to chop the ball. Two Canadians pinch on him. Charlie Bear back to help, gets the ball forward, sends it up. Can Johnson clear it? He can't, but Charlie's there. No, he's not. Canada counterattacks. It's a shot. Through the crease, doesn't touch Swanson. Kyle looking for it. Kyle's got Charlie. Kyle instead just walks, gains the zone himself. He'll send the ball low, off of the high, off the netting. He's begging for a tip, and it was tipped. Dufresne got a broom on that, deflected that into the netting, and the faceoff will stay low. Well, early action here. Canada coming out with some life, certainly, and the U.S. having to react to that. Neither team has settled into a real flow. 16-19 here in the first, game just really underway. Main story here is that Sauve is in the net and not White-Brown for the Canadians as a last-minute injury replacement. We'll see how the Americans contest him. Flipped up over the top. Jaunty can't find the ball. They are on sides. Houchin will react. No, they called him off. Just a step too far. The Americans reload. Jaunty wanders to the center of the ice, flared up to Hansen. Hansen's got a long chap. That ball sent in on Sauve, and Simon Jacobs crashes hard. Americans will change their personnel back out to the top line. Sikic, Broughton, Walby, Courtright, and Sikic. Joe Keeley and Ben Keeley all on the ice here. Zach Keeley as well. Here's Zach. Zach on a long play. Nice pass off the dasher. It's a 2-1. Can they chip it through? They can. Can't quite handle it, and Swanson's out to 10 the net. Swanson's 20 feet out of his crease. Now he wanders back into frame. Walby tries to jet that ball forward, and it's Courtright. But Courtright's having trouble getting the ball away from his broom. And Canada recovers and gets a shot in front. There's a chance. Fanned on. Sikic back, tries to pluck that one off and can't. There's Ben Keeley looking to load a shot. Can't do it. Sends it to his brother Joe. Joe Keeley pushes the ball low, tries to forward that out in front. Tony Sikic is all over that. Pete Sikic trying to body 44 and can't do it. Weideman comes up with it there. Canada slows it down a little bit. Now here's Broughton trying to flare that ball out. He can't clear. Ponsack makes a nice defensive play to body Broughton out from a breakaway. Here's Weideman facing pressure, spins away from it. Canada's onside. Sikic trying to defend. This is Thiel with the ball right now. He sends it up to Weideman. Weideman with a drive. Blocked by Pete Sikic. Charlie Bear can't get a broom on it. Here's another drive. Well wide. Tony takes over. Canada going with the full press here. Much more of an aggressive forecheck in Game 3 than they ever had in the first two games. And it's paying off with some sustained pressure. Canada certainly came to play this morning. Weideman. There's the cut. Kyle picks that off. Johnson just trying to flip it out. He's got Bear moving into space. Ponsack sends it back to his goaltender. Sauve floats that forward. Canada gains the zone. Boucher knocks that low. Trying to find a teammate. Can't quite do it. Americans kind of scrambling defensively right now. Hansen just trying to flip it out. There goes Simon. Simon, regularly the fastest man on the ice, is finding himself in a game where that may not be true. There's a pinch. Zach Lee heads low. Now Canada trying to break out from the American press, trying to flip a ball deep. Didn't get all of that one. Hansen touches that to Try. Try can't hold it, but Hansen gets the ball back on a nice favorable bounce. Here's Zach Lee. Zach Lee sends the ball low. This is Jacobs. MedX teammates in club play. Again to Longchamp, also a member of the MedX crew. He finds Zach Lee. Zach walks it to Simon. Simon wheels around. Simon will take a drive. It's in on Sauve. The first real test. Nice look from Jacobs. There's Longchamp with a drive. Blocked easily aside. Longchamp didn't get all of it. Great shot from Simon Jacobs to test Sauve at an odd angle. Longchamp. And now they're going to get Longchamp on a penalty. First moment of special teams will go Canada's way. They get Longchamp on a check, taking Dufresne out behind the net. There was contact there, certainly, but it didn't seem like an excessive amount, but we are playing no checking here, and that will result in a PK for the United States of America and a power play for Canada. Canada bringing out the heavy hitters here. Weideman, Keeley, Weideman, Keeley. Little family reunion on the power play for Canada. Counteracting with some serious speed on the USA side. Jager, Eccles, Blake Hansen up top. Ty Houchin and Cam Courtright anchoring the back end of that PK. Here we go. This is Keeley to Keeley to Keeley to Keeley. Keeley to Keeley. Zach. Skip past to Weideman. That ball's tipped. Goes up over the goal or to the side of it. Tough to tell from this angle. There's Joe Keeley trying to find Weideman on a wrister. That goes to the far post with a crashing Weideman. Jeremiah trying to find his brother. There's a spin shot blocked nicely in front. Ball scrambling. They can't quite get it in, and it's cleared to the side. Nice play by Houchin, and he's got Hansen. And there's the ball up and out. Could go for icing, and it does. 1:15 remaining in the penalty on Max Longchamp. 2 minutes for checking. Yes, there is icing on a penalty kill in Canadian broom ball. Yeah. Getting some clarification out to the crowd because they were surprised that there was icing on a PK, but it is the rule in IFBA play. The icing rule still in effect here. Second line power play for Canada out there. Pete Sikic has made his way onto the ice in the penalty kill situation. Swanson has a ball batted in front. Doesn't go. Just trying to clear it. Canada reloads. 35 seconds remaining in the penalty. USA trying to survive an early challenge here. Hoffala sends that over. That's driven, bounced off Courtright and out. 13 seconds might be enough. Hansen's going to change. Charlie Bear is on. Flipped up and over. This is Keeley. Bear's going to try to run him down. Bear can't quite catch up to the play, and he spills. Keeley wanders behind. They are now back to full strength. Johnson out of the box and onto the ice. I should say Longchamp out of the box and Johnson onto the ice. Ball's wrapped around but not in. Keeley takes it over back to his cousin Joe. Joe sends it down to Zach. Courtright tangling behind the net. There's a shove. The net comes off. Swanson down in his net trying to freeze the ball from behind. Manages to do so. 9:30 remaining in the first. 0-0. USA managed to sneak their way through the PK. Not without some excitement. Canada looking sharper so far this morning than they did in the Friday night game. Certainly applying more pressure. That ball's ripped in, bounced off a teammate though. Nice shot by Weideman. Canadian player briefly lost his broom. Boy, Weideman is so good at those little touch passes. He can just flare the ball around the rink. This is Ponsack. Ponsack to Weideman. Weideman looking to deliver a ball in and does well wide. Bounced in front and the goal's off again. Kyle Johnson just gets bumped after the fact. And yeah. Tempers aren't really flaring, but it's certainly when it's physical, these teams have a few little shenanigans after the whistles. You get into games like this and you care so deeply about the outcomes, it's only natural. There might be a little physical play after the whistle. Here we go. U.S. trying to sort themselves out in the draw circle. They do, and it falls to Jaunty. Jaunty's going to face pressure right away. Canada not yielding anything with their forecheck, trying to get the ball to the front. There's a pass. This is Weideman. Jeremiah with the spin shot. It's in on Corey, and he saves it. Longchamp has to be aware of that. It's coming every time. Weideman's third or fourth chance where he shows forehand, spins to his backhand, and lets it go. Another draw low in the zone. Canada applying most of the pressure so far this game. 8:46 in the first. Jaunty with a flip out. This is Dufresne. Houchin has to reset. Longchamp's in onside. He'll try to flare the ball past his defender. Can't quite do it. Simon Jacobs is on, and he'll wheel and deal. Spills into the corner, but he comes up with the ball. He's got Longchamp. No, it's a skip pass to Jaunty. Jaunty drives. That's low and in. Blocked nicely by the Canadians. Jaunty gets his first good look. Didn't make it to the goaltender. Houchin resets to Swanson, the ageless wonder himself, still manning the pipes for the USA. Wearing a jersey that, even on a big guy like Swanson, looks like he's got a parachute on. Houchin. Walby tries to touch that up boards to Jaunty. Canadian players flying all over the ice. Good no call there. There was not enough to warrant any kind of a call. Here's Walby battling hard in the wall. Ball's out in front, dangerous. Walby is able to clear. Here's Walby trying to skip past to Sikic, and he does. Beautiful pass. Sikic wanders. Sikic has Jaunty on an overlap. He gets it to Broughton. Broughton will drive it. Nice shot, low and hard. Here's Jaunty. Jaunty spins. Jaunty will load. It's in, and it's in the goal. Jaunty scores on a tip. The U.S. leads. Broughton fired the ball wide. It skipped favorably to Jaunty in the corner. He walked to the front, shot, and on a tip, it bounces past Sauve, and the U.S. leads 1-0. 7:14 in the first. Yeehaw! Holy cow. Americans looked like they were reeling, had been punched a couple times by the Canadians, but they survived the PK and poach a goal early, up 1-0. And here's Courtright. Courtright will just flip it up and out. Americans apply a little pressure, and that skips favorably to Johnson. Johnson walks to space. Johnson will unload a shot, bounces off his teammate Eccles. Eccles will be the first one there. He's got Johnson in the middle. Instead flares it around. This is Bear. Bear to Sikic. Sikic fires it to Eccles. Eccles will wander to the middle. Can't quite get a shot off, so he skips a pass back to his teammate. Ties up with, there's a ball to the front. Eccles tied up briefly with Keeley. That's a nice move there. Bears now behind the play. Canada in a 3-on-2. Americans hustling to get back. There's a shot in, up into the netting. That's a whistle. And we will reset play with a face-off in the Canadian zone. Any ball up into the netting is a whistle, unlike in the American game where play would continue. Longchamp versus Weideman in the draw circle here. Longchamp, a Vermont product. Not too many Vermonters who play broomball, but he's one of them. He might be the one of them. Longchamp knocks that low, and Simon is going to get there. Oh, and they call an icing. Crowd doesn't like it. Both players right there on the ball. Could have waved it off. I think technically an okay call. Any ball sent from behind the red line to the goal line is an icing at referee's discretion to call it off, of course. 6:14. Shots even on the stadium scoreboard here. 3 shots on goal apiece. Obviously the Americans with a critical one in the back of the net off the broom of Jonathan Jaunty, his second goal of the tournament. Zach Lee sends that around. Longchamp tries to clear it and does. Jacobs applies a little pressure. This is Weideman. Nice pass to the other Weideman, but they hadn't checked up on sides quite yet. Cody Thiel just couldn't hustle back in time. Weideman will face off against Sikic. Americans have their top line out here. Broughton tries to send that through Thiel and it doesn't work. Try will be the first one back to it. Aaron Try touches that to Swanson. Swanson needs some help. He dumps that around. This is Lee trying to get the ball from the Canadians, but the Canadians' heavy pressure results in a turnover. Canada has it in the corner. Canada tries to saucer that low. Sikic takes over. Sikic up the sidewall. Sikic in some space. Sikic hauled down. He flips out to Walby. Walby can send it over to Broughton and does. Passes a little behind him. He's got Lee. This is Zach Lee. Can Zach free himself for a slapper? No, he can't. Walby has it low. Walby gets dumped. Walby fighting hard to get back up. Sikic in a back check. It's a 2-on-1. This is Weideman. Weideman can dazzle you. There's a shot high up into the netting. Little discussion there. I think the Americans are calling for a penalty there, saying they're getting shoved from behind. Face off in the zone. Eccles battles for it, and it falls Charlie Bear's way. He's got Dufresne defending him. Bear just trying to keep that ball low, can't quite do it. And there's a flip pass. Jaunty will just bat that back to Swanson. That's a dangerous pass by Swanson, but it works out right on the Bears' broom. He taps that to the far side. Here's Johnson in some space. Johnson wants to unload always. There's a hand move to Bear. Oh, nearly collides with the goalie, and the goal is off. Heads up. There it comes down. Holy cow. Bear crashing with all of his speed and strength, trying to get the hand pass from Johnson. It was close to working out. They'll reset the net. Hard collision. Everybody's okay. Anybody out here makes that same play, you're doing everything you can to score. There's no harm or foul with that. He's got a right to charge that ball, and when he laid out for it, he just slid through the net and the goaltender. Won by the Canadians. Dufresne touches that back to Hoffala. Dufresne. Courtright tries to pinch the play and does. Can he get it low? No, he can't. Now the Americans scrambling to get back. Simon Jacobs covers. Little give and go. The Canadians are trying to put that out front. Nearly had a guy tip it in front. Didn't quite work. Longchamp takes over. Longchamp looking to break it out with a flip pass, and he does to Hansen. Nice ball. Hansen's trying to turn the corner with speed. Hansen with a wrister in on Sauve. Sauve keeps the ball and holds. 3:57 in the first. Nice look from Hansen. Got a wrister away before the Canadian pressure could disrupt the shot. Sauve makes it look easy. Cleared by Ben. Keeley could go for an icing, and does. Trying to find a floating pass to Joe Keeley there, and it didn't quite work out. 3:50 remaining in the first half. The United States is up a goal. It's won by Sikic on a hand pass. He can't touch it. Walby gets to it, though. This is Broughton. Broughton trying to work his way to the center. Does. Manages to hit it. Couldn't quite free himself to shoot. Walby again tries to take a one-timer. There it is to Broughton. Broughton's got Sikic. Sikic can wheel and shoot, and he does, and he just misses high side. Walby crashes, and it doesn't quite work. Sikic taken out of the play hard. Sikic needs to limp to the bench after that hit. Swanson makes a meal of that one, and he's in trouble. And it's shot in, but it's blocked by Zach Lee. Swanson found himself too far out of the net, and the U.S. really dodged a bullet there. Here comes the heavy forecheck. Bear scrambles and pushes back. This is Zach Lee. Zach Lee has it. Zach Lee, St. Paul product. Here's Walby. Walby chips that low. Weideman takes over. Pressure by Eccles. Weideman sends that up. Here come the Canadians. Canadians in transition. Nice back check by Johnson to get back in the play. Here's Ponsac. Ponsac will drive a shot. Just wide. USA scrambling a little bit here. Weideman facing pressure from Jaunty. Weideman and Jaunty go kind of one-on-one. Weideman gets a shot away. Tipped in, but on the outside of the frame. Houchin goes to clear it. Gets it to Bear, gets it to Jaunty. Jaunty on the near side battling. Now Bear takes over behind the net. He just keeps walking away from the pressure. Flips it up, and it's into the netting. They're going to ask for a delay of game, but I don't think it is. There's no intention there. We'll have a face-off. Ball coming in. Oop, 2 balls on the ice. That would make the game exciting. 2:03 remaining here in the first half. 4-4 even on shots. USA leading by a goal, down in their own zone, facing heavy pressure from the Canadians. Lacombe in the draw circle. He wanders away. There's a little brief delay in discussion as the referees chat with the captain of the Canadian team, Joe Keeley. Now looks like Rodney Olson, the lead American referee, is ready to reset play, and he does. Won by the Canadians. There's a slapper in. Swanson's down, and he manages to bat that to the side. Hansen now. Another scrambling ball out in front. U.S. struggles to clear. There's Sikic trying to clear it up and out. Can't get past the Canadian defense. There's a shot. Easy for Swanson, though. And he manages to get that to Simon. Longchamp's dumped behind the net. Here's Courtright. Courtright sends that ball low, and here's Hansen. Hansen can't be the first one there, and that touches harmlessly back to Sauve, the goaltender. He'll reset that with Dufresne. Tall, lanky Simon Dufresne for the Canadian D, but that's turned over badly to Jacobs, who sends it to Sikic. Longchamp looking to possibly to drive a ball, instead skip past to Hansen and then crashes the net. Simon wheels around, he's got speed. He sends that to Longchamp, then cuts around. Longchamp to Hansen on a nice drive, low and hard, well wide of the net. Jacobs trying to chip that up. The forechecks on from the U.S., they got 2 men low. Dufresne tries to find a pass to the far side and does. Canada dumps the ball, changes some personnel. Tony Sikic takes over. Thiel and Keeley on. Killeen on the ice. Andrew Killeen for the Canadians applying some pressure. Joe Keeley right now facing off against Tony Sikic. Two of the great broomball families, the Keeleys and the Sikiches. Held by Swanson. .25 seconds remaining in the first half. Battle in front. Nobody can quite gain control of it. Players going down with each other. Killeen and Broughton tied up. Now Broughton's going to fall to the ball. He's got 15 seconds to do something. Manages to chip it past, but Ben Keeley overlaps nicely for Canada. Has the ball, tries to send it up to Joe. Can Weideman get one more shot away with 44 seconds left? Tries to dangle. He does. He shoots, and it's up into the netting again. 1.1 seconds left, so this should take us to the half after the quick face-off. And we will figure out what's happening in the second half. Holy cow. Fast-paced fire wagon broomball here between the American and Canadian teams. Back and forth we go. Some more pressure from the Canadian team than the Americans thus far, but the Americans with the critical goal off Jonathan Jaunty's broom. Broughton got a pass to the sidewall, took a couple strides, fired it low, went through the front end of the crease, bounced off the far dasher to Jaunty, who was able to then wander to the front of the net and just improve his angle and get a shot away. And a favorable bounce over the goalie's shoulder, behind him somehow, and in it went. So America up 1-0. Goalies talk at center ice. Teams will talk it over at the bench. Canada has to like what they're doing. I mean, they're applying pressure. They're getting, the forecheck has made it difficult on the Americans to break out. They've created turnovers. They've created chances. They've hit a few up into the netting that they'd like to have back. But for the most part, Canada can't be really disappointed with how they're playing. They've been a little loose defensively. The Americans on the counterattack have created a few chances. Obviously put one of them home. U.S. has to tighten up defensively and just get more comfortable dumping that ball. They got to figure out how to break that forecheck a little and just send the ball out, make them reset and come through the entire American defense. If the Americans can get free and poach a second goal, it goes a long way towards giving them a real chance in this series. Pretty impressed at the crowd filling in this morning, bright and early in New Hope to watch these games. Community comes out, which is great. Yeah. Alexander White-Brown, the starting goalie for the men's Canadian team, did get injured in the warm-ups, and we don't have any report on what that injury might be, but he was unable to go, and so the backup goaltender is on, and we certainly hope he's all right. But it looked like it was maybe even a non-contact injury. 3v2 here for the Canadians. Here's Sikic, brother to his left. Peter will drive a ball. That's just off the side of the netting, nearly in the upper corner. That'll go potentially an icing. Hustling down, they wave icing off. Canada gets it. This is Jordan Weideman. He scored a couple of goals in the first game. Bear trying to clear that, can't do it. The Canadian defense holds. Ponsack with a drive blocked by Pete Sikic. Courtright goes to clear and does. Weideman will be the first one back there. Little pressure from Bear. USA changes some personnel. Pretty much a straight man-to-man defense out of the United States, and Eccles fumbles that ball, and now it's a 2-on-1. Zach Lee hauling to get back into the play. The pass is across, but too far. Lee takes over. Lee sends that to Johnson. Johnson just kicks that out and tries to win a foot race. Canada has to check up so they can't get the ball, so Bear will be the first one there, and he'll just send it out. Dufresne will take over. Jaunty on some ball pressure here. This falls to Dufresne. Dufresne wants a shot. Bounces in off Swanson. Bear has it. He's pinched by two Canadians. Canada with the ball behind the net. Sends it around. Trying to find a man in the middle. Instead, it goes to Dufresne on the wall. Dufresne. Little pressure from Jaunty, who's right in his jersey. Dufresne and Houchin battle low. Houchin, little pushing and shoving there. Comes off the wall. Here's Ben Keeley. Ben Keeley wheeling and dealing, trying to get a shot away. That's up front. Has a chance in front, but it's not on frame. Simon Jacobs battling for it. Canada comes up with it. This is Zach Keeley. Zach Keeley on the far wall. Tries to tap around. They're begging for a high broom. No call. Tough to get a high broom on the shortest guy in the arena. Here's Jaunty. Hansen touches that over. This is Houchin on the near wall. Houchin tries to flare that up and out, and it's not out. Ben Keeley holds. U.S. a little out of sorts defensively here. Canada applying some pressure. 14:56. That ball's driven in off Swanson. Longchamp trying to be the first one there. Again, troublesome. Courtright spills it to the corner. Swanson taken out of the play. He resets. Keeley bounces off of Houchin's face mask. Stuns Houchin for a second, and he can't find the ball, so it falls to Joe Keeley. Keeley from pressure from Courtright sends this down. Andrew Killeen with the ball. He tries to center it, and it falls right to Longchamp's room, and Longchamp just has to run. Get that ball out. He manages to clip it out and go for a change. Pressure from Walby. Walby and Weideman on the near wall, and it falls here. Here's Jordan Weideman. Jordan tries to dangle. Courtright can't do it. Courtright sends it back out. Touch it back in. Courtright pinches, and Walby's in. Walby's got Courtright to his left. Touches it to him. Courtright can unload if he has a chance. Instead, it goes to Sikic. Now to Pete. Pete looking to drive a ball. Dangles. Dangles. Sends the ball low on a wrister. Walby trying to seal off Weideman. Now they're asking for a penalty. They're going to try to get Walby on an interference or a hold. And I didn't see anything there that warranted a penalty call. But the U.S. again will go on the penalty kill. Not sure what the penalty call even will be. It didn't look like much. Obviously, I'm not down on the ice and don't have the same angle, but it certainly didn't seem to affect play any. But it looks as though the U.S. will again go on the penalty kill, and that's touched up and out. Walby's going to sit 2 minutes in the box. They called a high stick on Brent Walby. Maybe he caught Weideman in the face with the broom. He certainly didn't play the ball with the broom. I didn't see Weideman grab his face or anything, but maybe there was contact up high with the broom. But anyway, now the U.S. finds themselves having to kill off yet another penalty. Second one for the Canadians. Ben Keeley wanders to improve his angle. That's a bouncing ball that Swanson's up for. It ricochets off. American players begging, saying, hey, it's off Weideman. They're going right here with they're saying last off Swanson. American players don't like it, but there isn't a call that a referee can make that every player is going to be happy with. So here's Weideman to Keeley, to Weideman, to Keeley. Ben sends it. Skip pass to Joey. Joey fans on the shot. It doesn't make it up into the netting, so the ball's live, and now it's held and frozen. And Courtright getting physical. Houchin in there talking to him, saying don't slash our goaltender. Captain for the U.S. team, just happy to square off with any Canadian willing to talk to him. You like to see that guy defending his goaltender. Swanson having a conversation with somebody in there, the referee. Maybe the referee saying you can't freeze it from behind the net. Swanson getting clarification on the rules. And Weideman in there asking questions too as one of the Canadian captains. Swanson is definitely, the nets are loose here, and so when the ball falls to the back, Swanson's trying to freeze it on the back of the net, and they're maybe saying he can't do that moving forward, but it's a savvy play, and at least get clarification on it. We'll see if that gets called moving forward as a delay of game. Here's Pete Sikich trying to win a draw. Oh, Ben Keeley had a one-timer set up there, fanned on it. There's a drive high and into the netting, and that's going to go out of play, and we will reset outside the U.S. zone. 1:29 remaining in the penalty. Penalty has felt long because there's been a lot of whistles, but we still have 1:29 left. Houchin swats that, just trying to chip it out and doesn't. It manages to get past Weideman, and there's no icing there, so the goalie comes out to play it. Here's Weideman, 1:17 in the penalty. Keeley takes over. Joe surveys, big Captain C on his Canadian jersey, to Weideman, to Keeley, to Weideman. Jordan Weideman now. Jordan fakes a pass. Here's Joe. Back to Jeremiah. Jeremiah with a drive. Blocked by Houchin. Goes to Hansen. Hansen tries to clear it up the wall. Can't get it all the way out. Joe Keeley takes over. Joe Keeley wanders down Jeremiah. Weideman sends in, and it's a goal by the Canadians. Zach Keeley with a shot. May have been tipped on the weak side on the power play. And it is 1-1 here in game 3. Under 12 to play at 11:57 on the power play. Canada scores. Zach Keeley with a bomb out front. Might have been deflected by either. Yep, they're giving the goal to Zach Keeley there. So the tip, if it happened, came off of an American defensive broom. But what a shot. What a goal, and we are knotted up at 1. Here's a chance for Canada. They fire it in on Swanson. Swanson's out aggressively, saves it off his face mask. Zach Lee takes over. Another good chance for Canada. Canada coming alive here. Try, sends it around to Zach. Lee wanders forward. He sends a quick pass up to Eccles. Eccles to Lee. Here's Aaron Try. Aaron Try on Dufresne. Try drags it low. Ball's chopped away from him, but Jager will be the first one there. Jager Eccles tries to send a pass into Kyle Johnson. That was just a little too slow. And here's the goal scorer wandering forward again, trying to see if he can create another chance. Jaunty defends him well. This is Ben Keeley. Just a lot of minutes out of the heavy horses here for Canada. The Keeleys are out there almost all the time. Americans are still shifting their personnel more evenly. There the ball's played off the back of the netting. Notice that Swanson didn't freeze that one, so maybe he got word from the referees that that's not allowed. Low to Joe Keeley, batted away by Blake Hansen. Keeley tries to find a teammate in the center, can't do it. This is Zach Keeley. Zach sends that low. This is Colleen behind the net. Jordan Weideman. Jordan will dazzle you with a chance. Rubbed off the ball by Simon. Simon gets dumped. Jacobs is trying to battle there, but he's just, there are weight classes for a reason. There's a shot, and it's a goal! Canada scores again! Tori Langiel with a bomb. Ball came off the sidewall, bounced to the center, and Langiel was able to just find enough space to drive it high and hard over Swanson's shoulder. Now the U.S. reeling down a goal. Just 2.5 minutes ago, they were winning 1-0, and now it's 2-1 Canada, and the U.S. has to find a way to respond with 9:47 remaining. That ball's flipped up and out. Tony Sikic got Weideman breathing down his neck. He wanders away from the pressure, sends that around to Courtright. Courtright can't come up with that cleanly, so it falls to Weideman. Now it's broken up, and now the Americans are in the counterattack. Pete's got Dufresne in front of him, lets that pass through to Broughton. Broughton fakes a shot. Now he wanders to the middle and drives. That ball's bounced up. Never made it in. Now it's out front. Broughton trying to pressure, and the Canadians clear. Decent look there. Ball kind of fooled the goaltender as it floated off of a deflection, but it wasn't ever headed on frame. 9 minutes, Johnson hits it low. Johnson's gonna get an icing call. There it is. We'll have a face-off low in the American zone. 8:55. Canada has opened up a gap in shots on goal here in the second half, 11-6. And game has really felt that way. In fact, most of the game has felt like it's been a little tilted Canada's way, and now the score sheet reflects that. Bear in the draw circle wins that for the Americans. Zach Lee takes over. Zach looking to make a pass up and out. Nice skip pass there. Dufresne will be the first one there. Batted aside. Brody Hoffala with the ball right now. Hoffala sends that back to Dufresne. Hoffala and Dufresne have played some good minutes here. Pretty steady on D. Both tall guys. Tough to get the ball around them. And they've been a nice second set of defensemen for the Canadians. U.S. has to reset. So does Canada. So everyone will go for a line change. Ben Keeley. He'll flip that deep. Backside for Joe. Easy to Swanson. Swanson will touch that to Jaunty and take over here. And now he's got Houchin. Houchin's got Simon on a run. Can he flare him the ball? He can, but it's too far out of his reach, and will go for an icing. .748 remaining in the game here in the stadium clock. 7:47 for you viewers at home, but we're going with the stadium. 2-1. Canada controls, and a shot driven in, doesn't make it to Swanson, and Longchamp takes over. Swanson touches that to Jaunty. Going to need big minutes out of Jaunty here the rest of the way. What can the Americans do to manufacture a comeback? Hansen tries to chip that up, but there's nobody home. Flare down low. Ben Keeley facing pressure from Hansen. Touched around to Colleen, goes to Joe. Joe Keeley behind the net, sends that out front dangerously. This falls to Jaunty. Jaunty wheels, sends a pass right up the center to Houchin. Houchin controls. Good strong hands from Houchin there. There's a pass deep. That'll go for icing. USA just content to change. USA out of sorts underneath the pressure from the Canadians right now. They got to find a way to calm things down and exert some control. 7 minutes on the nose remaining. Face off in the American zone. A timeout wouldn't be completely out of the realm of possibility here. Just to talk things over on the bench, the U.S. does go without a bench coach. And so a critical timeout here could reset the tempo and focus the guys the rest of the way. We'll see what they end up doing. For now, gameplay continues. Ponsack to Weideman. Weideman just hits that low. Weideman's shot today isn't quite where it normally is. Sikic really wants a checking call there, doesn't get it. Courtright bats that around. Tony recovers. Tony controls the ball. Tony looking to clear it through two Canadian defenders and can't. That's centered in. Nice play by Walby, but the ball still gets through to Swanson and he freezes. This is called the Super Series for a reason. Both of these teams filled with skill players. And we're just setting the table today. We got a long day of broom ball in front of us. The women are up next, the mixed to follow. The women are tied 1-1 and the mixed are down in an 0-2 hole to Canada. Canada won both games, one in overtime and the other one with a minute 46 left for the only goal. And yeah, every single series is tight as a drum here. Sikic flips that in deep. Can Broughton be the first one there? No, Dufresne. Weideman directing traffic behind his net, asking Field to take a change, and he does. There's a flip pass deep right onto the broom. What a brilliant pass. Courtright's there on the back check, manages to flare that out, and here's Pete Sikic. 3v2 for the Americans if they hustle. Here's Walby. Walby can drive a shot. Does. That's in on the goaltender. Goaltender has to make a save. Getting balls to the net so important at this point. 5:24 remaining. Look for Swanson to start drifting towards the bench if play continues. Now it's a 2-on-1 for the Canadians. Killeen with the ball, trying to free himself for a drive. Nice defense by Zach Lee. Zach Lee battling hard. Zach Lee continuing to play difficult one-on-one defense, but of course Killeen happy just to pin it down there and eat clock. They will play the slow game here, knowing that they're already up a goal. Here's Courtright. Courtright tries to chip it past his defender, but the defender pinches well. Killeen with the ball again. Zach Lee pressing. Zach Lee physical in there right now. Pushing and shoving, doing everything he can. That ball rotates through the crease. Here's Sikic. Sikic has Bear. Passes behind Courtright. What a play. Nice hands from Cam. Finds it back to Pete. Pete's got Johnson. Johnson to Pete. Pete controls. Pete with a drive. Goalie covers. Petey needs a change. U.S. trying to come alive here. 4:20 in the game. Ponsack on for Canada. Veteran defender there. Really enjoy his game. He's got a ton of skill and has been fun to watch for a long time. So Weideman and Ponsack are the defenders here for Canada, and they have got the critical task of keeping the Americans out of the net for the next few minutes. Jaunty's going to pinch that, manages to get that to Eccles. Eccles on a touch pass to Bear. Here's a chance. He chipped it in and scores! Charlie Bear on the back door. What a pass, and the Americans are off the mat. Beautiful touch pass from the MedX teammates. Johnson to Eccles to Bear for the goal. And here come the USA. 4:05 out of nowhere. Johnson to Eccles to Bear. Bear with the back door. Flip past Sauve, and it is 2-2. Don't go anywhere. 4 minutes remain, and this game is knotted up. Weideman flips that up. Longchamp tries to pinch it, falls to Sikic. Sikic sends it to Courtright. Longchamp can't quite play it. Now he resets, and they are offside. Simon couldn't get back. It's okay. Tony Sikic taps his gloves, lets the young fellow know that's not a mistake. You're all right. Simon Jacobs, the youngest member of the team. Longchamp tries to win that. It's just kicked around and Ponsac takes over. Langeal throws that into the middle. Oh, just outside of Longchamp's reach there. Sauve takes over. A little pressure from Longchamp, and he'll just bat that around to Weideman. Never a bad guy to have controlling the ball for you. And this falls to his brother. This is Jordan Weideman trying to beat Sikic. Hansen takes over and just bats that back to Swanson. Swanson facing pressure from two Canadians and just goes to Hansen. Hansen back around the net where Zach Lee will take over. Zach Lee just putting in yeoman work on defense. It's a physical grind to play at this level over and over and over again, and it is exhausting in a way that most recreational sports aren't. Impressive what these guys can do. There's a shot wide of the crease. Broughton's got Walby on a flip if he can get it to him, but that's pinched off nicely. Lacombe, touch pass back. Sikic back checks nicely and bats that opportunity away. Lacombe thought he had a chance in front. Broughton will clear it, and it won't go out though. Hoffala has it. Hoffala to his D partner Dufresne. Both Hoffala and Lacombe will change, and that's up into the netting. Dufresne unhappy with that, but it will allow the personnel to reset. 2:14. We have so many broomball games to play that these ties are driving me nuts. We'll see if someone can break the deadlock if we're going OT straight away. Batted nicely by Johnson, who nearly scores. What a play, and now they're going to get a penalty on Bear. And there's a full-on wrestling match behind the net between Johnson and another guy. They're going to get a penalty on Charlie Bear, and the Canadian team will have a chance on the power play with 1:43 remaining. Johnson nearly scores. Ball bounces off the back wall. Charlie tries to make a play. Weideman goes down, and they call the tripping penalty. 1:43 remaining in the game. Obviously, the penalty will carry over into overtime if we get that far. Huge moment in the tournament here. 1:43 in regulation. Canada on the power play. Pete Sikic in the draw against Joe Keeley, and it's won by the Canadians. Here's Weideman. Weideman to Keeley. Weideman to Keeley. To Weideman. Weideman flares that in, blocked off Hansen. Sent out front. Keeley to Keeley. Blocked aside by Hansen on a nice desperate play. Keeley to Keeley. There's a ball driven in through the crease. Here's Weideman. Joe Keeley fakes. Now tries to drive one back door to his brother Ben. Too high and wide. Keeley wanders. Overlaps with Weideman. Sikic defending, now Hansen defending. Houchin and Courtright in there as well. 55 seconds remaining. That ball's hit up into the netting, and that is exactly what the U.S. needs. 48.9 seconds left in the game, 1:06 in the penalty. Just so people are aware on the broadcast in the Super Series, we will go to 5 minutes of 3-on-3 running time. So that will bleed the remainder of that penalty away very quickly. Draw is won by the Canadians. Here's Weideman to Keeley. To Weideman. Weideman with some speed moving forward. Finds Zach Keeley, now touches it to Jeremiah Weideman. Weideman with a slapper, bounces through, doesn't go on frame. And that ball, there's a whistle because the net got knocked off. Okay, net was knocked off, and we'll have a face-off with just about 32 seconds left, 31.8 seconds. Hoffala to Lacombe, to Thiel, to Lacombe, to Hoffala. 20 seconds. Trying to skip it through the back door, and they do it. Colleen isn't up to the task to smash it in, though. They're going to look again for it. Hansen defending. That's thrown in. Houchin tries to clear. Hansen with a desperate play. 3 seconds, 2 and 1, and we're going to go to overtime. Three v 3 with no goaltenders, 3v3 with the goaltenders, and now running time. So the 17 seconds remaining in the penalty will start to run. Holy cow. 2-minute break here at the end of regulation for the teams to reset. Jamie, grab Jamie McBride for me. This is my cousin.
Your cousin?
My cousin Kelsey.
Yeah.
And so just introduce yourself. And I can't talk to you right now. Thanks. All right, we are just a few minutes from getting back to action here. Not even a few minutes, a few seconds away, 40 seconds away. U.S. trying to survive a critical PK. 5 minutes running time. There's 17 seconds left on the penalty here in the stadium clock. 2-2. U.S. went up a goal. Canada scored twice quickly, once on the power play, once on even strength. And then the U.S. answered on a goal from Bear. Bear now finds himself in the penalty box. And the drama continues to start the overtime, which again, 3v3, 5 minutes of running time before we go to 4v4, no goaltenders. It's 2-2. Oh, this is wild, and there's a... Swanson takes the ice. Sikic, Pete Sikic. We've got Keeley, and Weideman. 3v2, Pete and Tony Sikic. Won by Weideman, and he'll gain the zone. 3v2. 10 seconds left. Keeley looking to end this thing. Keeley sends it across. It's tipped away. Cleared by Pete Sikic, and he wants a change. And the U.S. is now at even strength. They've got Hansen, they've got Eccles, and they've got Tony Sikic. Pete with a huge defensive play to kill off the remainder of the penalty. That ball's bounced in wide. Can Eccles be the first one there? Hansen battles. Hansen comes up with it, tries to touch it through. Eccles can't control. Here's Joe Keeley. Joe Keeley to Zach. Zach is now 1-on-3. Zach just trying to maintain possession while his teammates change behind him. Sends it to his cousin Ben. Ben's got Jordan Weideman in front, posting up. Now Ben just walks down the sidewall. Here's Jordan Weideman. He scored a dazzling goal in the first game in overtime to win it for Canada. Langille sends it over to Weideman. Langille thought about a flip play, didn't quite have it. Now he'll saucer a pass across the ice. Weideman looking for the cut. He wants the ball through. Doesn't work out. Can Sikic be the first one there? Yes, he can. He'll go to the wall. 3:29. Again, running time here. Sikic. Sikic to Courtright. Courtright just wanders forward, touches that to Bear. Bear gains the zone, tries to bat that past Langille and does. He's working hard. Can Courtright be the first one there? Now it's a 2-on-1. Bear's got to hustle. Bear coming from behind. Bats it across. Here's a chance to win it. Killeen can't beat Swanson. Sikic and Killeen battling. A broom goes flying. Sikic is without his broom. The U.S. will manage to take over. Petey's there to pick his broom up. Courtright has it. 2:44 remaining. That ball's over to Pete. Pete's got a big guy in front of him. It's Cody Thiel. He tries to send it through him and can't. Now he taps it around him. That's back to Swanson. Nice play by Sikic there. Now they'll change. This is Walby on for Bear. Sikic controls. Saucers that up. Walby's got a turn on Keeley. Can he do it? Ball goes back to the Canadian goaltender, Sauve. Sauve with a long pass. Walby. It's a turnover for the U.S. and now they gain the zone. Jaunty's on the ice. Jaunty has the ball and controls. 2:07 remaining. Jaunty to Hansen. Hansen facing pressure from Keeley. Can Hansen turn the corner? No, Joe comes up with it. Now Joe's in a break the other way. Hansen digging to catch up to the play and does. Hansen battling off Big Joe Keeley and takes possession back. Jaunty with a pass to Zach Lee, just a foot too far. Zach drifts into his position now as Canada takes over possession with 1:33 to go in the 3v3. Weideman, and it's a turnover. Manages to win it back. Jaunty pestering Weideman. Now Eccles on the sidewall giving Jordan Weideman some trouble. They're trying to send Weideman on a run. The ball's launched up, and there's 1 minute remaining. Eccles has it. Lee is off the ice. He doesn't have his broom. Now it's handed back to him. Jaunty has it. Jaunty controls in some space. He's got Longchamp with him. Flipped up, Longchamp controls. Longchamp's going to try to chip it past and does. Longchamp facing some pressure now from Ben Keeley. Just wanders down behind the net. 30 seconds. Longchamp finds Sikic. If they can free Longchamp for a wrister from that side of the ice, he's lethal. This is Jaunty dragging. Tries to get free and does. Can he put a shot on? Doesn't feel like he has it. Longchamp gets dumped in front of the net. Jaunty spins, drives the ball, and it's just saucered aside by Sauve. Great save, 3, 2, and 1. There's a shot in, and then we're going to go to double overtime. In the well, we go to double overtime. Couldn't be more exciting. It's just about 10:05. We were supposed to start the women's game at 10 a.m., so we're already about 6 minutes behind schedule. We're going to have to see if this game can end quickly in 4v4 or whether we will go a long distance to decide this tournament. Two. Not a lot of words to describe it. I mean, it's everything you want a broomball game to be. U.S. takes a lead. Canada battles back. U.S. responds. U.S. has had to work themselves through 3 penalty kills. They haven't yet been on the power play. 4v4 no goalie. Swanson and Sauve's days are done here for this, at least this far. This game here, they're to the bench. U.S. is going to have Courtright, Sikic, and Eccles. 3 Kelly Lake guys and a MedX guy. Need a 4th player for Canada out here. They're going to have Keeley, Weideman, and Keeley. So Ben and Joe, the brothers, their cousin Zach, and then Jordan Weideman anchoring the back. Face-off win is everything here. Sikic wins it cleanly to Tony. Tony sets up. Everybody's nervous with the no goalie. You have to be across the red line to score. A defensive team can score on themselves from anywhere. Here's Courtright. Nice play. Courtright fights, maintains possession, and walks to the center. Tony has it. To Sikic. Sikic to Tony. They got Eccles back door. To Tony. Tony surveys, sends it to Courtright. Courtright touch pass to Eccles. Not clean enough for him to hammer. Fake shot there by Tony. Just getting everybody to flinch. Here's Courtright to Eccles. Eccles wants to drive that ball, but they haven't quite given him the pass to do it. Tony, touch pass. There's one he could absolutely hammer. There's a shot up into the frame. Courtright frustrated at himself there. Eccles needs to take that hard angle shot if it's on the doorstep. Maybe didn't like any of the passes he got, but at some point he has to hammer. He's 7 feet from the net. 2-2. Critical face-off draw here now in the American zone. Sikic won the first one. Ball's won again by the Americans. Sikic coming up huge in double overtime. 2 clean wins, and they take over again. Trying to operate the break-in. Hansen is on now for Eccles. Hansen plays his club room ball with Legion, and that ball is battled for and turned over. Begging for a call, no call there. Canada wanted a check. Courtright in some space, he sends that across to Sikic. U.S. can set up in the 4v4. Refs will pretty much swallow their whistles the rest of the way here. 2-2. Hansen can wander, thinking about the wrister up high. Courtright settles, there's a shot up and into the netting. Petey, frustrated at himself. Both of the American chances have been high into the netting. We play until it ends here. 2-2, double overtime. Who's the tournament director running this thing? Golly. Weideman. Hoffala. Now Canada has a chance to control. Tony retreats into the net. Weideman strolls forward. Their chance to play a little possession game. There's a shot. Blocked by Sikic. Courtright. He just bats it out. Can Sikic get there? Weideman's digging. Weideman will be the first one there. He sends it around. Weideman with his best shot of the game there that bounces through onto Tony Sikic. And the ball went the other way, and now Canada controls. Sikic wandering back, barking out orders. Little token American pressure there. They carry the zone. There's a flip play. Ben Keeley wipes out a guy. We are going to get a penalty. Tripping play, and the Americans are going to go on a power play. Jordan Weideman doesn't like it. They're jawing at each other. 4v3. Referee's really unhappy. I should say the players are really unhappy with the referee call there. But, wow. Sikic did go down. It's the first power play for the Americans. There have been 3 already for Canada. The call itself is the broom brought Sikic down. It wasn't the most physical or intentional trip in the history of broom ball, but it certainly was a trip. So I guess the call is okay. I'm not going to pass too much judgment one way or the other here on the call, but it puts the Americans on the power play, and now the back's against the wall here for Canada. U.S. has to win another draw. Penalty box door still open. We'll have a face-off low in the Canadian zone. Timeout, Canada. They have 2 players in the box now. And so I don't know what the second penalty is. Is there a game misconduct? Game misconduct? Okay.
He did this.
Oh, okay. Evidently made an obscene gesture, got a game misconduct for it. It will be 4v3. The Americans will be on the power play. Tony Sikic, Blake Hansen, Pete Sikic, and Cam Courtright. They've got Zach Keeley, Lacombe, and Jeremiah Weideman out there. Lacombe will take the draw against Sikic. Sikic wins it cleanly to Hansen. Hansen goes for an immediate change, and Jacob Broughton is on the ice. Broughton wanders into his spot. Broughton to Sikic. Sikic to Courtright. Touch pass to Petey to Broughton. Broughton to Sikic. Sikic high into the netting again. We will have a face-off now in the American zone. 1:37 in the penalty. Broughton off, Hansen on. They need Hansen's speed in any transition play. They want Broughton's golden broom when they maintain possession, and Broughton is on and touched forward, and here's Jacob Broughton. Broughton to Tony Sikic, both USA Broomball Hall of Famers. This is Broughton to Pete Sikic, certainly a future Hall of Famer. Here's Sikic to Broughton. Broughton fakes a shot, touches it to Tony. Good defense from the Canadians. There's the skip pass. There's one to Broughton. Broughton back to Sikic. Sikic at a drive. Well defended. Touched around. Can Sikic feed it in front? Instead, they reset. 1 minute remains in the power play. Here's Tony. Tony to Sikic. Then another drive into the netting. Courtright is just beside himself. He's got his helmet off, just talking to himself. He's got the muttering disease that we get when it doesn't go our way. Oh man, I've been there. Broughton off, Hansen on. Americans have a clear strategy for how to handle this. Sikic has got to win his 4th draw in a row, and he manages to do it. Just unbelievable. in the draw circle. Keeley complaining that he doesn't like the drop. Same drop for both players, so I don't know what there's to complain about. Broughton with a drive. Bouncing ball through. Sikic controls. Broughton, 32 seconds in the power play to Courtright. Courtright fakes a shot. There's Tony trying to find Petey. Broughton with a drive. Bouncing ball. Controls it. Tries to touch it. And there it's cleared. Canada with some life. 19 seconds. 18. They'll take over. 15 seconds in the power play. Sikic on. Broughton with a drive. Bouncing ball. Sikic. Sikic to Broughton. To Sikic with a slapper off of them. Broughton controls. He wheels it to Tony. Tony tries to hit it low. It's cleared. Sent out. Canada's at full strength. We're back to 4v4. The clock is off. We play till the game ends here. 2-2. Max Longchamp in. He'll send the ball up high. He was trying to flip everybody and end the game. Didn't quite work. Here's Keeley touching it to Weideman. Weideman finds Dufresne. Dufresne slows it down. Sends this to Jordan Weideman. Weideman sends it back to his brother Jeremiah. Thiel sends that around. Weideman controlling but not out of the zone. That falls to Longchamp. Longchamp finds Sikic. Sikic finds Courtright, and the Americans have possession again. Touches it to Pete. Pete wants to get down the lower left, not necessarily run the point. If the U.S. wants to make changes, they should make them now. Hansen. Hansen to Longchamp. Longchamp to Hansen. This is Sikic. Oh, it's to overlap. This is Longchamp. Longchamp walks forward, doesn't have a pass across, thought about it. Sikic to Courtright with a drive. That's bounced again. Crashed by Longchamp. He can't quite get the ball. Dufresne's going to clear, but it's touched away by Hansen. Here's Sikic. To Courtright. Courtright. Longchamp touches a sloppy pass, and it's turned over, and it's flipped out. Sikic will dig. Longchamp goes to cover the net. Longchamp now going to get a change, so is Courtright. Jonathan Jaunty is on the ice. I can't believe he hasn't seen the ice in 4v4. Might be the single best 4v4 player on the planet. Here he comes with Tony Sikic, Pete Sikic, and Charlie Bear. Jaunty is a wizard in these moments. Just simply seems to will it into being. Sikic to Jaunty. Jaunty to Sikic. To Jaunty. Tries to send it past to Petey. Sent back to Jaunty. Nice move by Jaunty there. Jaunty in some space. Touch pass to Pete. Pete's in some space and everybody's hauling to get back defensively. Touches it to Tony. Now the ball's set up nicely for the Americans again. This is Bear to Sikic. Sikic to Jaunty. Jaunty to Tony. To Jaunty. Jaunty waits, sends it to Sikic. It's a slapper and it's in! And Sikic ends it! The United States wins in overtime! Pete Sikic with the wrister up high! And it's 2-1 USA! Jaunty with a beautiful ball to Sikic, and Sikic didn't miss on the third try. Right under the bar, and on we go. US leads 2-1, and we play again in a few hours. We're gonna take just a couple-minute break, and the women will be on. All right, we are back after a glass of water and a trip to the hospital. Holy cow. The men's team, men's game just finished up. I mean, what a game. Deep into the second overtime, and the U.S. capitalizes. Even strength. Jonathan Jaunty on a touch pass to Pete Sikic, who'd had a couple go up into the netting early, but the third one finds just under the post. And the U.S. now leads 2-1 in the Super Series over the Canadian men's team. Canada's backs to the wall. 1-1 here for the women. We're about to get started. U.S. is at its bench. Coach Lisa Bennett giving some final wisdom. Assistant coach Lori Hamsky there also. They've put together a really great strategy and program all summer long to prep these women to have their best chance against a vaunted Canadian side. Canada won in double overtime last night, and the U.S. won the opening game 1-0. And we are underway. MJ Vandelar with early possession for Canada, rubbed off the play by Rochelle, and now Gustafson. Gustafson controls, facing some pressure from Vandelar. Gustafson just retreats into her zone and now wanders forward. This is Bazicki who touches it to Stetch. Stetch with a couple goals already on her broom. Bazicki touched off. Vandelar works the ball low. She's been problems for the Americans. Just a quality player. Bazicki. Bazicki turns, pivots. Looks like Canada wants to get a quick change. Bazicki touches that to Stetch. Stetch touches that back to Bazicki. I can't promise you the exact same fireworks as the first game, but you can bet this one's going to be competitive. Ostad tries to clear that ball. Doesn't go. Marquis just throws that low and goes for a change for Canada. Bazicki sends that up to Gustafson. Gustafson's got Langevin, and they're going to call her offside by a step, so they have to reset. Rochelle will make a change. Puts Jillian McDonald on the ice. There's a turnover. Amy Stetch just tries to drive that down into the zone and does. Langevin can put the forecheck on against Amelie Marquette. This is touched on. Controlled now. McDonald with the turnover, and she wanders to the middle. Now away from pressure. Myers controls it, touches it back. This is Stetch. Stetch with a bomb. Bouncing through, goes behind, and Langevin will be the first one there. Americans with some early pressure. Taylor Myers. Taylor pivots, sends the ball down. Langevin wheeling around the net. Good speed there. Knocks it up to Betker on defense. Betker sends it back down. Rotates it around. McDonald, low. Stuff play there by Myers, and it doesn't go, and Canada can take over possession, but the American forecheck is on. Two players down behind the net for the U.S. Just not giving the Canadians any quarter, and they come up with possession. McDonald on again. She's got Plesha in front of the net, another player who's been a nightmare for Canada. Myers tries to walk to the center. Betker pinches. That ball slapped to the middle, and now out. Betker's got a haul. Cousineau's in for Canada. Cheng supports on defense. Nice move by Cousineau to free herself up. Ball bounces in. Megan's up to the task. Wenner, the goaltender. Canadian comes flying in and bounces off of Morgan. Morgan slides back behind the net, sends it to Cheng. Cheng forward. Now Morgan in some space. Becker wanders forward. She's just trying to get the ball out of the zone and manages to do so. Plesha applies a little pressure. Now she turns and she's in some space. She's got Bretzman out front. Plesha sends the ball high to Dawson. Dawson seeing her first minutes of the day. Dawson wheels that over to Stetch. Stetch with a bomb. There it is. Bouncing in on the goaltender. Goaltender makes the save. Looks like the green light is on for Stetch to shoot from wherever she wants. Eberhard controls. Eberhard walks down the wall. Eberhard, a Hill Murray hockey product. Here's Bretzman. Bretzman to Dawson. Dawson, a two-sport college athlete herself. Plesha knocks that back. Stetch. The University of Maine hockey player, Amy Stetch. Plesha She presses forward. That's in front. Little trouble for Megan, but Stetch blows the play up, wanders forward, maybe wants a trip on that play, but doesn't get it, and Vandelar just throws it to the front. That's a problem. It's a bouncing ball, and it's in. Somehow MJ Vandelar centered the ball, swatted out of the air, and one-timed in past Megan, and the USA goes down a goal. 13:37 in the first. I didn't see who scored it, so I'll listen for the scorekeepers, but Vandelar set the play up off the wall. There was no chance I could understand the PA announcer there, so I'm sorry I don't have the goal scorer. Vandelar with the assist for sure. Here Canada comes plowing forward again. Now Canada up a goal here. And we'll see what the American resolve is. Turned over, a little sloppy from the Americans. There's a shot that's problematic. Tucked around, Megan sliding across, makes a diving play. Cousineau here. Cousineau drives it wide. Pressure from the Americans. Rochelle trying to kick it to Gustafson. Gustafson, her club teammate on the Minnesota Grey Ducks. Gustafson giving no quarter behind the net. Just a hard work there from Gustafson. The ball does turn over to the Americans, and now it falls to Ellen Rochelle. Ellen Rochelle, one of the alternate captains. Here's Bazicki. Bazicki to Stetch. Stetch to Bazicki. Bazicki tries to flare a pass up to Gustafson. Nice catch. Gustafson has it and the zone. Tries to get the ball deep, can't quite do it. Now she wanders to the middle. Now she's got teammates if she can backhand the pass, can't quite do it. And here come the Canadians. Betker's on defense, trying to tie up the play. Manages to do so. McDonald facing some pressure from Marquette, just chips it out. Tries to beat Marquette to the ball. Ball does come out of the zone, and Canada has to reset. There's a tip and a pick by Langevin on a nice pinch. She wanders forward. She's got support up the wall to Myers. Myers can score from anywhere on the ice. She wanders forward. She'll drill a shot just wide. McDonald. This is Betker. Betker tries to send that forward and can't. Here's MJ Vandelar again. Just causing tons of problems for the U.S. team. There it's touched away. Myers takes over. Myers sends that to Betker. Betker, risky pass, but gets away with it to Myers. Myers now walks forward. Myers to Cheng. Cheng driving forward, 3v2 for the Americans. Here's a chance. She loses a little bit of control and now sends it to her teammate. Myers with a drive just over the bar, chopped in front by Eberhard. Eberhard couldn't quite spin it on the goalie. She pinches behind the net and comes up with the ball. Scrambled for it behind. Carly Langevin working hard to try to keep the ball down there for the Americans. Canada comes away with it. Dawson steps, keeps the ball low. That's centered in front, doesn't quite make it on the broom. Dawson's got to retreat because it's a 2-on-1. Americans caught in a change. Bazicki's on. Now Dawson can step and keep the ball in the zone. Shalana can wander. She's going to shoot. Ball goes bouncing through, tipped off the Canadians. Will fall to Bretzman. Bretzman touches it around. U.S. battling hard to maintain possession. Dawson wanders down on a pinch. She's got a pass across. Nice pass across. Here's a drive from Plesha. Plesha doesn't get anything on it. Instead, Eberhard. Eberhard with the chance. Pretty good look out of the Americans. They want to rotate because Dawson wants to get off. Bazicki switches with her, and they can get a change. Nice shift out of Dawson there. Stetch on. Amelie Marquette taps it forward to Conway. Conway battling around, touched off by Stetch. Stetch going to be the first one there. She pokes it out in front of her and she can go. And now there's a whistle. And they call a penalty on Amy Stetch. They're saying a high stick from Amy Stetch for catching another player in the helmet with her broom. Tried to reach up and over. Any head contact is a whistle and a call. So now the power play for Canada and the penalty kill without Amy Stetch on it for the U.S. 9:41 in the first, and Amy Stetch is in the box. 2 minutes for high sticking. She made a great defensive play to tap it away, and then she tried to reach her broom over the Canadian and instead made contact. Ostad trying to fight that to the wall. Vandelar takes over and touches this back. Canada rotates it across. Touch pass, touch pass. Vandelar with a bomb. Hits it near post. Doesn't quite go around the back of the net. Ostad battles for it. Now it's touched forward by Taylor. Taylor will creep up. Couture sends it across. Low. Back touched up. Fakes the shot. Skip pass, Vandelar to Couture. There's a backhand drive, bouncing ball. Ricocheted off Myers. MJ Vandelar to Couture. Couture sends it low. Tries to touch that thing in front. Now here's MJ Vandelar with a drive. Bouncing ball in front. Rochelle clears it to the wall. Ostad tries to clear it out, but Couture has it. Couture will whip it across the zone. Here's a shot. Driven in high into the netting, and there is the whistle. 8:34 remaining in the half. 53 seconds in the penalty to number 32, Amy Stetch. Good kill from the Americans so far. Pretty good pressure from the Canadians, honestly. They're generating opportunities. U.S. has just been able to defend them. Critical zone draw here for the U.S. If they can win this thing and kill off more clock, that's helpful. Won by the Canadians. U.S. backs up. Cheng steps forward and just got to get the ball to Taylor, and Taylor will gain the zone and kill some time. Taylor trying to flip it past. Doing what she can to control the ball on the PK. 35 seconds remaining in the kill. It's out. McDonald. Taylor's pivots. Now 15 in the kill. This is where you want to spend your time. If you're killing off a penalty 5-on-4, do it down there. Their defensive zone. Now Marquette wanders forward. Touched over to Cousineau, who touches it up. Cousineau, they want to get some changes. Marquette is off. That's batted by Langevin, pinched on the wall. Amy Stetch back out on the ice, and that falls into the Canadian bench. We are even strength. So the Americans kill off the penalty. 7:22 remaining in the first half. They find themselves down a goal early. Canada controls and holds. Plesha tries to chip that up, manages to get it to Langevin. Batted off of Cartley. Now it falls nearly to Ostad, but instead Canada controls and they can flip. They needed to check up on side, so it wasn't quite a clean play. Cheng takes over. Cheng tries to find Stetch and does. Stetch clears it out of the zone. Ostad on a forecheck. Nobody with quite the pace they had yesterday. You can tell that fatigue is starting to set in Game 3, as it always does in these tournaments. That ball is set up and out. Betker will take over. And she tries to clear it to Gustafson, and it falls to Gustafson, and she's in some space. And now they're calling offsides because the Americans were changing when the ball came across. U.S. will get some switches. Betker and Bazitsky on D. Plesha in the draw circle. Eberhard and Bretzman to her left and right. Vandenhoeven in the draw circle for the Canadians. Bazicki twists that to Bretzman. Bretzman just trying to clear. She does. They're going to look for an icing here if the ball drifts down there, and eventually it does. We will have an icing on the U.S. 6:10 remaining here in the first half. Tournament sliding behind schedule already because of the lengthy overtime that the American and Canadian men played to start the day. There's a drive off of the crossbar. Vandelar with a bomb. There's a drive wide. Canada controls. Peels to the middle here. Couture dangles. Pinched off by Betker. And now Eberhard's trying to beat Marquis to the ball. Marquis just sends it back to the goaltender. Flip it up. Pinched down by Plesha. Plesha creates the turnover. Plesha battles. Eberhard pinches. Down the wall we go. Rochelle and Marquette battle for the ball. Marquette gets the possession. Sends it to Marquis. Marquis slows things down. 5 minutes remaining in the first. Canada up a goal. Bouncing ball there. Bazicki swats it aside. Eberhard knocked off the ball. Marquis takes over, tries to clear it. Instead just controls. Knocked in by Plesha. There's to Rochelle. She can't quite control the ball. Now sends it to Dawson. Dawson will fire a shot. Bounced in. Controlled. Ball's held. She can't cover the ball. Yeah. You literally can't do that. We'll have a face-off in the zone. I mean, like that is a free ball. There are some players in this world that would just take the free swing, but obviously that's not the sporting thing to do. Yeah, jabbing at it, trying to get it free because they can't hold the ball out there in the ice. Anyway, here we go. Play resumes. Canada wins the draw. Marquette takes over. Tries to clear it. That will skip out past the defender, Cheng, and she'll back check and retrieve the ball. Sends it to Dawson. Dawson will clear it up to Myers. Myers touches it through. Now Myers is in space. Myers with a defender in front of her. Chips it across. This is Langevin with a drive. Nearly finished back door. Taylor goes down hard into the goal crease. Dawson defends there. Cheng is able to keep it in, but now it falls Canada's way. Now the U.S. maintains control and possession in the zone. Sends it to Langevin. Myers looks like she's okay. Went down hard into the goal. McDonald. Dawson off and Stetchon. Stetch with the ball. Back to Cheng, Arctic Blast teammates. Cheng, the captain of this American team. Sheila to Stetch. Stetch controls, waggles the broom a little. U.S. content to control pressure on the outside. Need to find a way to fire the ball into the center of the ice. And again, the U.S. controls. U.S. is going to get some changes. Stetch just drives that in on the goaltender. It's going to take a lot to score from 45 feet, 50 feet there. Myers controls. Myers with a tip pass. Now it's Plecha crash to the net. Got Langeveen back door. There it is. Backhand off the post. Good look by Carly. Sent in. That's loose in front of the goaltender. And then they crash in. And Taylor dumps her. Both the goaltender and one of the Canadians. We've got 2 minutes for roughing on Taylor Myers. She's not happy about it. She did dump the gal after the play. Penalty kill for the Americans one more time. Need a little more discipline out of that USA squad. That's a sloppy penalty. 2:21 remaining in the half. Ball was bouncing out front. Players crashed hard into the net. Physical play. You're going to have people slashing and hacking. As they popped up, Myers buried one of the Canadians and took the 2-minute penalty for roughing. Stetch wins the ball. Bazicki controls. Bazicki just strong on the ball, trying to fend off the Canadians. Here's Rochelle. Now the Canadians control. Couture. There's a drive blocked by Rochelle. Falls to Stetch. Stetch can wheel and deal, and she might have a shorty. She's so quick. She's now in space. Rochelle banging down the back door here. That ball sent across. Fanned on, but she'll control. Chip it back. Bazicki has it. She'll hit the ball low. Again, ideal penalty killing for the U.S. This falls to Ostad. Tries to clear, held in by Marquette. Wow, nice shot there off of Vandelar's broom. There's another ball high off the glass. Ostad looking to clear, falls to Vandelar, and she'll touch it over to Marquette. Amelie Marquette wanders into space. This is MJ Vandelar, back to Marquette. Marquette with a drive. Ball's tipped in front, but it's going to be a high broom. Now we're going to have some 4v4. It's like a penalty on the Canadians for a high stick. So 42 seconds remain on the penalty on Myers. Now 2 minutes for number 18. Michelle, oh man, and your guess is as good as mine. Michelle, who's from Quebec. I wish I was better at it. I'm not even brave enough to try. Minute 3 remaining in the half, so the penalty for the U.S., the power play for the U.S. will bleed over into the second half. Right now, here's Stetch with the ball. We're playing a little 4v4. Plecha, battled off by Marquette. Marquette trying to flip it to a teammate. Bassett by Plecha on a nice play, and it's a 3-on-1. She wanders in. She tries to find Stetch. Stetch can't get there. Carly's going to have to cut it across to try to make the play. Canada bats it low. Under a minute remaining here, 27 seconds in the half. The penalty on Myers is about to expire, 2 seconds and 1. Taylor Myers is out of the box and onto the ice. And Cheng's walking forward. There she is. She touches it to Stetch. She's driving the net. Stetch holds 10 seconds. Can they manufacture one more good opportunity? There's Rochelle crashing. She sends it in. Blocked nicely by the goaltender. She tries to tuck it in again. 2 seconds and 1, and we're going to go to the half. 57 seconds remaining now on a power play for the U.S. to start the second half. Wowza, Canada leads 1-0, and we'll be back here 2 minutes from now. Both teams will head to their benches and talk things over. Canada scored on a really nice play. MJ Vandelaar off the sidewall just floated a ball high, and a taller Canadian player whose number I didn't get batted the ball out of the air to themselves and bashed that thing in past Megan Wenner, our goaltender. Wow, she's from Ontario. Okay. I'm just bad at last names. Thank you, Michelle Conway, for correcting that. I just made an assumption. We appreciate that you helped us out there. If you could give me a phonetic pronunciation of her last name, I wouldn't mind that either, but thank you for touching base and letting us know. We appreciate the comments. She's a whale of a player. I know that much. Don't need to know how to pronounce her name to know she's good at broomball. All right, I'll take you as far as I can in the second half here, and then we will trade in another broadcaster. 57 seconds in an American power play. Can they manufacture a tying goal in the early parts of the second half? Shots on goal even. Ostad is going to chase that ball down. Canada's going to try to clear, and the pinch wasn't on. That should go for an icing, and it does. Touched up. Here the Americans now have time to set up. 41 seconds. Stetch wanders over to her spot. Bazicki will control it. This is Myers to Bazicki. Bazicki on a touch pass to Stetch. Stetch back to Bazicki. To Myers. Bazicki can take even one more step forward if she wants it. There's a drive wide. Stetch will take over. 19 seconds in the power play. Here's Bazicki with a drive off the wall. Ostad recovers it. Batted in harmlessly. Ostad tries to get it, and Stetch will be the first one there in a foot race. She does manage to come up with it. Canada can't clear. 1 second. Now it's even strength. Canada fighting to get back in the play. Here's Stetch with a bomb. She takes a slapper instead. Myers. Myers throws that in, tipped in front nicely, and it's batted in, and the goalie holds. Both Ostad and Rochelle had a chance at it. Rochelle frustrated with herself. Ellen puts a stick to her own helmet there. 16:51, we're even strength. Get some personnel changes for both teams here. Bazicki with a wrister, goes to the post. Touched on by Bretzman, good look by Julie. Bretzman's pass doesn't quite get to Stetch, but Stetch picks off the clearing attempt by the Canadians. Conway's up to the task on that one, but Bazicki holds. Americans applying a little pressure. Now that ball's batted in, doesn't get through to Bretzman. Bazicki trying to find it all the way through to Bretzman in front of the net. Canada goes to clear, bounces off the referee. Got to move the ball at some point. U.S. in there battling for it. Canada too. Plesha drops her broom. Canada takes over. Pinch there by Betker. Canada flares it low. Scrambly play on the wall there. Now it's turned over. Batted aside by Bazicki. Bazicki's got Ostad. Ostad tries to center it. Nobody home. Couture. Couture with the captaincy on her jersey. Looking for a long pass there. Bezicki to Betger. Betger tried to find Gustafson. Gustafson. Now it falls to Ellen. Ellen's going to try to chip it past and get into a foot race, and she does. She wins the foot race, takes the ball low, carries it forward, wants a penalty call there, is never going to get that one, kind of fell on her own. Now they chop at each other a little bit. Marquis slows things down. Steadying presence for the Canadian squad. Cheng and Dawson the back line for the Americans right now. Yep. That's cleared. That'll go for icing. 14-40. Americans talk things over a little bit as they reset at 14-40. 14-40 here in the second half. We're going to get some changes. Stetch on. They got the offensive zone face-off. If they can free Stetch for a bomb, she can tie this thing up. U.S. can't quite win the draw. Stetch will back check with Cousineau breathing down her throat. Reverses it. They're offside. Now they're clear. But Canada enters the zone. Now they're off, and they need to reset. And so here we go. Still offsides. Carried forward. Tucked up. Cousineau will take over the ball possession here. Langevin pinches. Myers bats that back to Wenner. She saucers it over with her hand to Cheng. Now Myers has some space to run. She's got Carly in front of her. There's the flip pass. 19's going to try to clear it. Can't do it. Canadian player couldn't play it because it looks like a too many men call on the United States. They definitely didn't play the ball. Betger has to serve it. And the American PK has to go out and survive again. They're going to need one more player, and they got Bezicki out there next to the goaltender. Okay, they got 4 out there. Too many men. A sloppy change from the U.S. And they're going to have to kill this penalty and then come alive. Stetch wins the draw. Bezicki takes over. Pressure from Michelle. And then Ellen Rochelle taps that ball around. And there's a sort of scramble for it. No one with clear possession. But now Canada has it. And they saucer it up to Couture. 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 There's a drive, bounces off her own player. Good look. Couture with her own drive, really good shot. Just high and wide off the glass, controlled by Canada. U.S. settles in. Couture with another drive, low, bouncing ball. Vandelar with a hammer, blocked by Ellen Rochelle. Couture. Couture with a quick pass. There's a drive just wide of the post. Good shot. Vandelar with a one-timer. That'll go into the netting. Good pressure from the Canadians on the power play. U.S. up to the task so far. Not for me, but you guys. We'll reset here. Nygaard in the referee circle to drop the ball. Amy Stetch and Marian Vandehoevitz in the will trade out the balls here. Whoops. There we go. Won by Stetch. She tried to control it to herself. It falls to Marquette. Patty Scarrow knocks it back to Marquette. Scarrow has it on her broom now. She wanders forward. Now that's touched back here. Vandenhoevet walks forward. Marquette pinched off. .25 seconds remaining in the American PK. They've done a good job minimizing the opportunities here by keeping the ball out of the zone. This is their third PK of the game. Taylor trying to turn the corner. Can't quite do it. Bazicki will just drive it low in on frame. That'll kill off a precious few more seconds. 3, 2, 1, and it will be even strength. Betker comes to the bench. The Americans still don't have a fifth player on the ice. Langevin is on now. Slow to make the change, but she pinches nicely. Myers controls it. That could be a hand pass. Myers has it low, 11:25 remaining. Cheng sends this over to McDonald. McDonald's got Langevin. Langevin whips it in there. Goalie makes a save. Myers pinches. Myers chops that out front. Ball scrambled. It isn't free, and now there's a whistle, and we'll have a face-off low in the zone. And with that, I'm handing off broadcasting duties to my good friend Mike Laga.
And hello, everyone. I hope my voice is coming out okay on here. Check, all good. All right. Hey, thank you for giving me the opportunity to call part of this game here while we give Grant Dawson time to get ready for his next game. And it looks like Plesha won the face-off there. Chang's on the ball, being pursued by the Canadian player. Protects the ball very well, gets it out to Morgan now that she is out of the penalty box. Canada gets the zone there, but lost the ball over to Chang. She flips it back up to the red line. They gain the zone, and it looks like Langvin's got the ball. We got Plesha on the ball over here. Oh, nice play by Rochelle through the crease. Comes out the other end. There's no player there to receive that ball on the other side. Canada gets the ball, and they control it. Looks like they're doing a line change there. They're getting set. They get the ball out, but it looks like it's going to be icing here. It is 1-0 Canada with 10:18 left in the second half of the women's game. Looks like we got Gustafson there for the face-off. And Canada wins the draw, and they ice it again. So just a couple ticks off the clock there. Here we go again. We're going to drop the ball, and here we go. Looks like Canada won the draw. And I believe Tyler's down there giving him a hard time. Nice job pursuing that ball. Gustafson's got the ball. She's going towards the net, flips it up. Myers got it, took a swing, couldn't quite connect with the ball. Canada gets it out of the zone. And we got Stetch on the ball. It's going to give ourselves time to set up and touch up on the zone. Assad, nice one touch over to Gustafson. Nice give and go. Canada just chooses to get it out of the zone. Live to fight another day here. Bazicki's got the ball. Nice easy toss over to Gustafson, right along the boards. Canada controls the ball once again and inadvertently gets it out of the rink here. So we're going to have stoppage of play here at 9:24. Looks like we have Couture doing the face-off against Plesha here. And we're going to drop that ball again. Looks like the ref's explaining something there to both of them. And it looks like Canada gets the ball. And nice job on their part just to get it out of the zone. Stetch back there to retrieve it. Controls the ball, gives a nice pass on over to Bezicki. She gives a very nice flip into the offensive zone here to Plesha. Nice spot for her to retrieve that ball and gain control. USA now controls the zone. Becker gets the ball in the far corner. Looks like over to Bretzman. She looks, gives a little flip. Didn't quite make it through into the in front of the net. Stetch gets a stick in front of it, keeps it in the zone. Nice job on her part. Makes a little bit of space for herself. Gives USA time to kind of set up. Morgan back on D again. Gets that ball. Looks at that landscape there, see what her options are. No rush, no hurry. It looks like Eberhardt's got the ball, dishes it to Stetch, drives to the net, and goalie freezes the play there. A little bit of incidental contact there on the far post. Nothing coming of it. Both sides are going to take the opportunity to change, get some fresh legs out there. Conway from Canada is ready to go at the face-off. Meyer is taking the draw on this one. Chang controls the ball. Nice win for USA. Dawson's got the ball. Moves the ball around quick. Defense is scanning the landscape here. Meyer just gets the ball, quick turn towards net. Dawson's got the ball, just gets it out of the zone. Canada gets it. Quick pass over. And it looks like, is that McDonald with the ball? Yep, on to Meyer, and a nice one-touch towards the net, just misses. Good play. She doesn't give up on it, though. She gets back there behind the net. Ball's moved up quick, though, by Canada. And McDonald's got the ball. The ball pops out. She does a little flip, and, oh, just close. Goalie effortlessly tosses it in the corner. Right thing to do. Safe spot for her. And it looks like Plesha says, hey, I'd like to get that ball. I'm sorry, that wasn't Plesha. Looks like that was Langville. Chang over to Dawson. Dawson controls the ball. Meyer picks it up for her. That ball was a little troublesome there for a second, but USA still has it. And look at that. Dawson with a nice hard shot along the boards. A little low, but straight on net. Goalie says, let's kind of freeze that up a little bit and give our line an opportunity to get some fresh legs out here. Canada's ready to go. Gustafson's back in there. Nice win by Gustafson for that ball. And Stetch is back out there, moving around, making room for herself for a shot on net. Deflects a little wide. Look at that. Comes out front. Rochelle takes a nice quick shot on net. Didn't quite get there, but got them scrambling. Canada just smartly gets it out of the zone. USA has to go back and retrieve it. No icing on that. Bezicki gets the ball. USA has a chance to set up. Nice job. All right, Canada gets the zone, but Morgan says, let's just get that out of here. And Osted's on the ball, and now Danny's got it. And I just switched over to everybody's first names. Habits. Bezicki keeps the ball in. Nice job. She's not giving up on it. Canada, persistent, just gets it out. Smart play on their part. Rochelle's got the ball, easily gets the zone again, waits for a little bit of help here while USA line changes. Cheng jumps back into the play with some speed along the boards there, controls the ball. A little give and go here. Didn't quite connect. And there's a whistle by the ref. And I don't know what the whistle's for. Yeah, looks like he's inadvertently blew the whistle here. He might have thought it was a hand pass, but Canada hand passed it, if you will, in the defensive zone. So, yep, refs talk that through. Ref apologizes, but on any inadvertent whistle like that, it always goes out to center ice. So we're going to set up there. USA wins the ball, and they get the zone. Eberhardt's got the. Oh, okay, we got ourselves a high stick there. So Canada is going to the penalty box, putting USA on the power play with 5:30 to go. So this will be a little interesting here to see what USA can do to try and get a goal out of this. See if they can take that opportunity. Canada wins the draw. Very important draw there. And they still got control of it. They're behind the net. If they had it their way, they'd probably be fine just eating the clock up all day long on this penalty kill on their part. USA does eventually get the ball. Bizicki to Stech. Now USA sets up for their power play. Bizicki's at the top. Now they can control the way they want to here. Ellen down low, looking for a little flip. Didn't quite connect, but no problem. Bizicki retains the zone for them. Bizicki and Meyer passing the ball back and forth. Bizicki with the shot. Over towards Ellen there. USA is working it down low. Now bringing it back to the top. Bizicki to now Rochelle. Myers and Rochelle switch places here. Oh, a nice little flip. Nice little flip. USA still retains the ball. They still retain control. Looks like we have another 50 seconds on the power play here. Bizicki with the shot over towards Meyer. Didn't quite connect there. Rochelle looks at what's going on down low. Stech is now along the boards here. Bizicki still controlling the top. Playing a little catch with Stech and Bizicki now. Trying to set up for that one-time shot opportunity. Didn't quite get to the net. That's all right. Rochelle's got control of the ball patiently. Nice throw to the net. Bizicki tries to get it back in there, and a one-time touch by Rochelle. Just great save by the goalie. Great play between Bizicki and Rochelle. Excellent play, better save. They're on the doorstep with this, folks. We've got 12 seconds left on the power play. We still got ourselves a 0-1 game, Canada.
Just another spot to see it if you don't want to look behind the. You can see it there if you don't want to look behind the zone.
See there. And looks like USA gets the ball. Canadians are excited about something there. But now Canada's at full strength. I don't know if Stech knows that. All right. Everybody's at full strength now. USA still retains the ball. Stech is looking. Oh, didn't quite connect with Osted, but she was looking. Myers is looking. Pass to Stech. Stech shooting on net. Hits those shins. That kind of play you worry about oftentimes when you're on the top. No harm, no foul. Rochelle's got the ball. She's looking. We got a line change or a player change there. And oh, Morgan just overplayed. That ball's a little slippery right now. We got a lot of blue jerseys, a little too excited there. Kind of overplaying the ball a little bit there, but As a result, they lost the offensive zone, but they do retain the ball. Now Canada, in the right place, get the ball. Now Canada's putting a little pressure on them. Nope, they lost the ball. Langvin's got the ball. She brings it down, drives it, runs low down into the zone. She brings it, throws it towards the net. Plesha's got the ball. Langvin's along the boards. Gustafson's got the ball, seeing what our options are. We got 2 minutes left in the game, close to 2 minutes. Bazicki to Gustafson, Gustafson to Langvin. Back up to Gustafson. Canada's just keeping them outside there and wide. Not giving USA much to look at in front of the net just yet. Bazicki tries to give it a good hard shot. Canada blocked it very well. Canada just says, we're going to get this out of here, give her a chance to reset. USA is trying really hard, trying to get on the board here with just a minute and a half left to go. They're not giving up, but Canada is saying, nope, not today. They're doing everything they can to keep it away from their net. We got ourselves a great game here. I hope everybody watching is enjoying this as much as we are here, and the fans here in the stands. And looks like we have ourselves a timeout. USA wants to talk this over. I'd imagine they're looking to see when they should pull the goalie, because Weiner was still in net back there. And I think they did the smart thing there to take a timeout and talk this through here. All right, they had a chance to talk it over, folks. We got USA already walking back into the offensive zone. Canadian team is still over at the bench. Okay, now they're breaking, getting back on the ice, getting those last minute details. Details is everything when you're in a situation like this, so everybody wants to understand what their assignments are. Here we go. Ball drop. Canada wins the draw. We've got Couture on the ball from Canada. She loses it to a fellow teammate there, but we got USA trying very hard to get that ball out of there. Canada's just fine keeping it tied up there. And it's still tied up down there. And they blow the whistle. That ball just didn't seem to be going anywhere, so the ref said, let's try and reset this here. So we got Van de Hoeve, I hope I said her last name right, with Myers on the face-off, and Canada wins the draw, but couldn't quite get that out. Stetch was there. So USA has the ball. Goalie is pulled. And we are now at 1 minute, and Myers throws it out in front of the net. Canada was able to block it out. Another shot by Bazicki, didn't quite get through. Stetch has the ball now. USA is going to set it up again. Myers got the ball easy. Oh, a nice little touch. Feathering that in front of the net. Didn't quite get to the player on the far side. Myers on that. Still battling for that. Stetch is on the ball. Rifles it hard. And it looks like Couture took a Stetch shot right in the helmet. That is not something you want to see happen, or don't want to be the player taking that shot. Ball got shot into the net, and the play is dead, and that's coming out. That's unfortunate for USA here. Now they're going to have to win the face-off and get the zone, and they don't have much time to make that happen, but I've seen a lot of exciting plays in the last couple of seconds in front of the net, so this isn't over until this is over. Looks like Rochelle's standing at the draw there, ready to take the face-off. And Bolduc was the Canadian player on that draw. USA wins it. And looks like we got a delayed penalty here. Rochelle might be called for high sticking there. Yeah. Unfortunately, that ball was just near the helmet area. One of those moments where you don't want to touch it, but it's hard not to. So unfortunately, whether folks agree or disagree, Rochelle has to take a walk to the penalty box here. So we've got just a few seconds left. Canada's on the power play. Bezicki taking the face-off against Bolduc. I hope I said the last name right. USA wins the draw, but with 2 seconds left. And that ball took a weird bounce. It hit the inside the post, but not actually in. And the game is over. Canada wins 1-0. And another tough-fought game there, everyone. Hope you enjoyed it. It's still a fantastic game. Unfortunate for the USA women's team, but a hard-fought game nonetheless. Now, I believe that was their third loss in the series, so unfortunately. What's that?
Luke, I'll be right back. Because they have at least one more game. They have at least one more.
All right, that was a tough loss, everyone. For the women's, Canada took game 3 there, 1-0. And we are getting ready for the mixes game here, which is going to happen, and it looks like they already got the clock down to 2 minutes.
Well, welcome fans here. We are just about ready to get underway for our mixed game. This here is Game 3 series, currently led 2-0 by Canada. USA team hoping to steal one here today. Couple of things that the USA team needs to think about to make that happen. Canada loves to fire shots. Firing shots, even if there are 1 and 2 players in the zone, Team USA has to figure out how to bring those block shots the other way and capitalize out of them. Also putting more pressure on the Canadian men as they do not use their women quite as much as the USA team does. So hoping that Team USA can seek out a couple of matchups today. Team Canada, just talented team from top to bottom. Their women, excellent. Their men can all possess. They can all shoot. They have my favorite player, the speedy Matthew Solar. If he can start to put some of his hard work into play, they might make it really hard for Team USA to walk away with a W today. So here we go. I am Lori Hamsky, and I will be calling this game. This is Game 3. I've been with you all weekend, so welcome to all of our broomball friends who are watching both near and far. Both teams step into the face-off circle. Both teams awaiting the ball drop here. We have Alex Peralt against Jake Stein. Alex Peralt putting in a lot of minutes at center today for Team Canada, playing exceptionally well. And here we go. Possession right out of the gates goes to USA. Hutrin cannot possess that ball. Team Canada's Pierre Messier walks away with it, possesses, walking around in his zone. Okay, Chloe Peralt picked at the blue line. USA comes in hard. Here we go. We have Jake Stein looking to make something happen, and there it is. That is an early goal. That is Stein to Turfa on the far side, and they are on the board here, on the board real early. That is 33 seconds into this game. USA takes the first lead. Let's see how Team Canada responds. Looks like we have a little confusion on their bench, little frustration. I do not think they expected to come out that fast. We also have the Team Canada goalie, Christina Boyven, who is still down on the ice. Christina Boyven is now getting up. She is putting her helmet back on. Team Canada breathes a huge sigh of relief because Christina Boyven has played an amazing tournament. There's almost nothing she could have done on that goal. USA sent a pass far side flawlessly for what was a easy tap in for Team USA. So all the Canadian fans watching here and at home should be happy to see Christina Boyven back up again. So here we go, and we have no change for Team Canada. This is Alex Peralt into the zone again, and Johnny Sin looking to work him. He does not. Peralt steps away with it, tries to put it into the zone. Unfortunately, that is picked off by Grace, bounces off and into the Canadian bench. So we will have a face-off coming here since that went out on Canada into the USA zone just outside of the blue. USA's Johnny Sin stepping up to take a face-off for Alex Peralt. Goes back, Pierre Botten. Okay, Canada possessing at the top. That is Peralt. Peralt finds Busson. Bassan finds his friend on the far side board. He's taken a couple steps in to shoot, and he does. That was Dahl Julin with the shot. Finally getting in position where I can see his number. We got Parisian working the ball behind the net with what looks to be Matt Stein. Jen Revels takes over. Oh, sorry. Back to Parisian. Oh, Team USA cannot get it out there. That's an unfortunate mistake at the blue. Needed to get a little bit more leverage on that flip. USA still cannot break it out. 2 turnovers at the blue. Canada's Martin Bassan to Alex Peralt. Alex Peralt putting a lot of minutes in her here early in this game. Canada's Darian DeMars take the shot. That is blocked. And in comes Justin Gearing to follow it up with another shot, blocked flawlessly by Shelby Parisian, who goes back behind the net to Matt Stein. Matt Stein working there against Ashley Harvey. Turnover by Vickery. Matt Stein looks to get it out and does, not far enough because that falls in. And here is Darian DeMars coming in, working a 2-on-1. Takes a shot, saved by goalie Lynn Whalen. And Gage Grace will be the first one there. He's going to look to send it down the ice. A little miscommunication by the Canadian D, and the Team USA cannot. That is Melissa Elke trying to make something there out of a Canadian mistake. Charlie Mitchell sends it back the other way to Matt Stein. Matt Stein to Sam Turfa. This is our goal scoring connection earlier here in the shift. Bad change there by Team USA allows Canada to change. Nice little turnover here. Nice work on the boards by Charlie Mitchell. There, great play. Man, Gracie Sir, she is tough. Sherratt in to receive the ball. Sherratt possessing now out front. Sherratt finding Charlie Mitchell running up. He's got one option, maybe not a great option, but possibly Turfa can run this down. And no, this is a great defensive play there by Camille Beauchemin, who somehow manages to get it out under heavy, heavy American pressure. Canada advances into the zone. Sends it back here. Normand possessing. Normand back to Beauchemin. Beauchemin plays it in low. Works towards the middle, finds his friend there, and we have a far side chance here. Defensively shut down there by USA's Ben Sherratt, who will safely go back to Hannah Dunn. Sherratt with the ball again, looking to find Charlie Mitchell far side, and he does. Charlie Mitchell will effortlessly walk this into the zone. Charlie Mitchell looking for Turfa, can't get it. Some physical play there by Team Canada. Canada looks to advance the ball up, and this is Matthew Solar. If he takes off, look out. Safely puts it in the zone. Matthew Normand is on. Pierre Botten possesses, high on the red, sends it across to Bassan. Bassan holding on to it, gonna find Alex. Perrault does. Nice little spin move by Perrault there. And he finds Pierre Botten. Alex Perrault gets it back. Canada doing a really good job with getting their women into the action here. USA does not necessarily know to do it that. Barb Dubs possessing now in the corner. These Canadian women can play, so you might as well use them. Alex Perrault comes in for the one-timer. His friend Dahl Jewell says no, sends it back behind the net. Perrault kind of everywhere early on. Hugh Trin tries to send it out. That is a bad turnover. Number 13 possesses. A nice little bit of stick handling by her. And we fire a shot that is blocked nicely by Jake Stein. Ball is still bouncing around. It falls here. Nicely sent and played out by Kyle Vickery. Jake Stein back on the ball. Jake Stein turns over here by Martin Bassan. Bassan carrying it behind the net. Jake Stein is not letting up. There are no easy outs for Team Canada here today, and now Gracie Sir running after the ball. And in goes Grace to pressure her. She still has the ball. Nice play by her, finding Alex Perrault. Alex Perrault back to Bassan. Lots of pressure by USA here. Perrault takes a few steps, flips it up. Matt Stein battling. Wow, this is a great battle. Canada sends it just back into the middle, hoping no one's there, and no one is there. And now we have Grace taking it back the other way, pressured hard by Darian DeMars. Gracie Sir touches it off safely to Justin Gearing. Sends it across the ice. Canada moving the ball really nicely in their defensive zone right now. Sends it up, nice pass up to Gracie Sir, who nicely sends it out. Smart play by her, sent back in deep. Gage Grace possesses, finds Matt Stein across the ice. Matt Stein assesses and sends it out of bounds. The USA team not quite as calculated here on their breakout as Team Canada, oftentimes only having one person near the ball and looking to play it long. I'm not exactly sure that that is the play here, but that is seemingly the plan for Team USA here early on. Send it deep and apply as much pressure as we can. They are doing a great job with the pressure. Doesn't seem like the breakout is quite as effective, though, as it needs to be. USA possesses. Looks like they're finding Sherratt in behind the goal. All right, Canada wins it first. That's Pierre Messier. Goes across the ice, finds Chloe Perrault. Little bit of a hang up there. A lot of bodies go flying. USA comes away with it. This is Melissa Elke. What can she do here to help her team? Charlie Mitchell in to help her out. And here comes Turfa. Back up to Sherratt. Sherratt not afraid to shoot. He does have a great shot. Sherratt brings tons of broom ball experience. I don't just say that because he's basically my brother-in-law. Great player there in Ben Sherratt. Shout out to his family watching at home. Crystal, 2 kids. Canada sends it out, and here we go. We are on the run, and they have someone far side. USA better act fast here to shut this down. And great play there by Sherratt. Julie Pierbotton looks to possess, finds Matthew Solar. I don't know what Matthew Solar's doing up top. He's their speed guy. Yep, wanted to go off. That makes sense. I'm inside the Canada playbook currently. We have Martin Bassan pressing. He's got Perrault on his left, who you know Perrault wants this ball right now. Will they find him? Nice little spin move there by Martin Bassan. Martin Bassan bringing the USA defense in low, keeping it in low. Canada possessing behind the net. We have some action in front of the net. That nicely cleared out by Dunn, who finds Mitchell. Mitchell looking to clear the zone. Mistake there off the hands of Martin Bassan, but manages to get back just in time. Perrault possessing. Perrault finds my girl Barb Dubs here on the far side. Speedy little Barb. Let's see what she can do as she brings it into the zone. Nice save there. Sneaky shot by Canada, and Whalen says not today. Gonna take a little bit more than that to get one past experienced goalie, Lynn Whalen. Oh, that's gonna be a turnover. Will we keep it in the zone here? No, we are gonna go back here. Zach Thibault is gonna reset with Ashley Harvey giving chase. All these Canada women are speedy. They can all defend. And yet I still think that USA needs to find a way to look for some mismatches here today to bring that second one home. Back here we have Thibault deep in the goal. Darian Demars providing a little bit of pressure. Thibault sends it up the boards. Justin Gearing going on, and here we go. This is Jake Stein coming away with it. Jake Stein has the wheels to get there first. He does have 2 people in front of the net, cannot find them. We are left with Hugh Trin in front of the net. Can they find her? Jake Stein also rolling around in front of the net. He would be a great target here as well. We got Thibault up high. Andy Thone, the closest defender to the ball. This is a really great defensive play here by Ashley Harvey. Andy Thone nicely keeps it in the zone for Team USA. Missed the mark on that pass, falls to Thibault. Thibault sends it in deep, finds Grace down low. Canada providing a good amount of pressure here. And Thibault's gonna shoot that, far side, nobody there. Second shot comes in. We have Grace here hoping to tip it in, and this could be dangerous, and there it is. That is a goal. USA makes it 2-0. That is a beautiful finish by Johnny Sin. USA game plan here today looks like get the ball to the goal, and we meet there, and that game plan is playing off thus far as we have shots in, and USA had 3 people in front of that net waiting for it, and Johnny Sin, the one to put that away. Some may say he roofed it. Beautiful shot. Christina Boyven gives up a second one in this game, but a second one that we can all agree was not on Christina Boyven. Beautiful shot by Johnny Sin. It is 2-0 USA here. We are still relatively early in this one. Just about halfway through the first half. More pressure by Team USA. They are not giving up in this one. Nice pass across. Possessed there by Matthew Solar. He's going to run, and he is upended by Shelby Parisian here, who's going to take a penalty, likely for interference. But, you know, Shelby, you got to do what you got to do when you got the speed demon coming down on you like that, and that might be a breakaway on your goalie. I do not think that is a bad penalty for Team USA. Shelby Parisian sending a message very early on to the USA's Matthew Solar. I don't think she likes how complimentary that I, as a USA broomballer diehard, keeps giving all the praise to Matthew Solar. But here we go. We are about to see the Canadian power play. I don't know if we've seen a power play yet by Team Canada. I don't remember. I've seen a lot of power plays this tournament, so I could be remembering wrong, but let's see what Canada brings here on this power play. Alex Peralta on the faceoff, loses that faceoff. USA possessing behind the net. Ball squeezes out dangerously there. And that is a nice clear by Team USA. For our USA broomball fans watching here, icing is still applying. So if Team USA sends this all the way down the ice, it will come right back for an icing. That is not a rule we normally play. Hopefully USA can bank it off the boards and out. Canada's Martin Bassan possessing with Alex Peralta on his left, and does go there to Alex Peralta. Fake shot, steps it back in, comes in with a nice backhand, and that's going to hit the net. And USA is going to say thank you very much to Alex Peralta, who lets them out of the zone here. We are going to have a face-off just outside of the Canadian zone. I'm wondering if Canada is going to send Alex Peralta here. Alex Peralta hasn't had much luck on face-offs here today. Facing off against USA, Sam Turfa. Sam Turfa wins again here. Sends it in deep. That is a great play there by Thibault. Smart play. Canada's bringing it out. This is Martin Bassan. Martin Bassan quarterbacking the breakout, finds Alex Peralta. Alex Peralta sends it in here to Ashley Harvey. Gets it back. Finds Bassan on the far side. Peralta. We go opposite side. Back up to Bassan. Good pressure here by USA. Canada really working to spread it out here. And Bassan wants that shot and takes it, and there it is again. I will say, Team Canada making it real easy for this USA penalty kill. When they send it into the net, that's probably the one thing that we don't want to do here in the power play is hit that back net, because it means we are out of the zone. Looks like we have a full-on power play change here for Team Canada. USA's Johnny Sin into the face-off circle against Matthew Solar. Matthew Solar wins that face-off. Here we go. This is Pierre Messier quarterbacking this. Messier carries it up. Messier finding Matthew Normand on that outside. Normand works Trin. Trin gets back. Trin providing good D coverage. And we are back up to Pierre Messier. Ball goes back in. Back up to Messier. Is Messier going to find this? Nope. Messier goes far side. Messier to Solar. Solar, nice one-timer there. Oh, and we send in, Canada sending in Matthew Normand for that shot that misses badly. Chloe Peralta sends it back out safely. Nice far side pass there by Canada. That finds Matthew Normand, who still cannot find the goal on this power play, but we keep it in here. Pierre Messier, we will continue to press here on this power play. Solar possessing high, takes the shot off of the hands, and oh wow, yep, she got that one. Team Canada gonna go into the box here. That was like a throat punch there. Quick throat punch in. We're gonna have a real quick here 4-on-4. Hopefully Johnny Sin can breathe. Might not be able to talk. Looks like he got his windpipe jacked there on that one. So Team USA. Team USA going to go up here on the power play. Gives us a nice little chance here to see the USA power play. We haven't seen that yet either. See what they bring. Looks like we're sending Hannah Dunn. We got Jake Stein, we got Charlie Mitchell, we got Hall of Famer Jen Revels. I think Jen Revels has played in so many of these things. She's talking it out with Charlie Mitchell, giving her best advice. That faceoff is won by Gearing. USA sends 2 on. Looks like the net's going to tip over. And we're going to take a timeout here, possibly to make sure that net is still on frame. We will do this again. And Charlie Mitchell steps into the face-off circle against Gearing. Gearing wins that face-off. Nice face-off win. Canada possessing in behind the goal, trying to kill as much of this as they can. Martin Bassan pressures, tries to flip it out. I think Jake Stein's going to be able to get there, and he does. Jake Stein to Mitchell. Mitchell back to Stein. This is Johnny Sin possessing. Sin going low to Hannah Dunn. Oh, bad turnover there. Nice play by Jake Stein to keep it in. This is great pressure being provided by Ashley Harvey on the kill. Johnny Sin, Jake Stein, Charlie Mitchell across the top. Charlie Mitchell takes a shot, cannot find the goal. Brought in by Jake Stein. Jake Stein back to Mitchell. Mitchell nicely blocked. Great defensive play there by Canada. It's Martin Bassan blocking and possessing. Justin Gearing going one-on-one with Hannah Dunn. Hannah Dunn takes him hard into the boards. Not afraid there, Hannah Dunn. We got a lot of whacking it around, some kicking it. Charlie Mitchell. All right, and our referees question the safety of our players there. We are going to have a face-off here in Canada's zone. About 38 seconds left on this power play. Decent pressure here by USA. Not getting the pressure on frame that they need. They are playing three men high. It looks like we have two female runners in front of the net. See if they switch anything up here. Alex Peralt back for the face-off here against Charlie Mitchell. Won by Alex Peralt, back to Pierre Messier. Messier turns it over on the boards by a nice play by Elke. Mitchell, Elke, Turfa fighting. Ball goes to Mitchell, looking to find Santurfa in front. Elke getting into it there. She steps away smartly. Another great save by Christina Boyvin in goal. Parisian, Elke, Mitchell, Turfa, and Thibault for USA on the power play. Face-off bounces around, ultimately won by Team Canada. A little bit of bouncing around, Turfa's possessing. Turfa to Mitchell. Mitchell to Turfa, finds Thibault. Thibault assesses on the shot, says no, goes back. We're down to Charlie Mitchell. Charlie Mitchell back up high to Thibault. Here comes Canada back to full strength. A little bit of a missed pass there. Turfa still comes away with it. Goes down low to Elke. Elke looks to find him back inside and does. Messier carrying it out. Elke, huge defensive play there. Shelby holds it in, sends it deep. This is Turfa versus Messier. Messier to Peralt. And Peralt finds Chloe Peralt. Family connection there. Nice little drop pass. Peralt bring it in, seeing who he can work up here. He's in a 2-on-1. Goes to the bench. Ball played back across here to Normand. Normand goes in deep. A little bit of fireworks on the board. Somehow Chloe Peralt comes away with it. Canada has the ball in low. Canada plays it across, no one there. Beauchemin comes in, takes a shot. Ashley Harvey takes another shot. Lynn Whalen sends that off to the side. This is Andy Thone battling behind the goal, finds Melissa Elke. Melissa Elke sends it back behind, but that falls to Canada. Matthew Solar possessing. Matthew Solar finding Justin Sanford for the shot. Solar gets it back again, but not for long. And the USA's Jake Stein takes over, finds Andy Thone. Andy Thone looks to send it out. Ball falls to Kyle Vickery. Kyle Vickery on the run here. Justin Sanford in, and that should be a penalty, and it is not called. USA not going to get another chance here on the power play right now. Canada in. Darian DeMars possessing deep. Little reverse check there. Nice offensive play. USA's Jake Stein tries to send it out, hits his own teammate in the back. Canada continues to possess. This is Justin Gearing. Justin Gearing looks off Gracie Sir for the shot. It goes into the net. Coach from above is saying, pass the ball to Gracie Sir on that incredible tournament for her today. But nonetheless, Team Canada does the work for Team USA, and we're going to have a face-off here just outside of the blue, but in the zone for USA. Almost done with period one. A lot of scoring in this period so far. Maybe the USA can add a third. Matt Stein puts it in, and here comes Gage Grace. Cannot win it. Great play by Martin Bassan. Martin Bassan looks to advance the ball. He heads up. He is not slowing down as he encounters Johnny Sin at the blue line. There's a little bit of a board battle. Referee does a good job staying out of the way of that one. This is Ashley Harvey working on Hannah Dunn. Ashley Harvey. Jen Revels. Jen Revels, Hannah Dunn working to take the ball there. And this looks like it's going to be cleared down and out for icing. We should have a face-off here in the USA zone with enough time, about 6 seconds left on the clock, just enough time for Canada to get one more shot off here before halftime, possibly bringing this match to a 2-on-1 or 2-1. Canada's Justin Gearing steps into the face-off circle, cannot win it. USA is just going to let the time run out. Johnny Sin smartly looking to walk away from this with a 2-0 halftime lead. Game has been relatively back and forth here so far after one half, but it is USA. USA getting on the board early with 33 seconds, sending that early message to Canada that nope, we're not going to let you take it this year in 3. Last year, Team Canada did take it in 3. USA 3 and out. And this year, USA so far in a great position to send this game to a 2-1 and give themselves a chance at another game. USC seems to find their scoring mojo here, which really is just coming from getting bodies to the net. You know, USA wanting to camp out and take some shots on that outside, and yet finding that to be not effective if they aren't sending people in. Canada with their fair share of chances here. Not a whole lot of great chances by Canada. They are generating a lot of offense. Canada, this mixed team, always plays clinical broom ball. So far, the ball just doesn't seem to be falling for them into the goal. We'll see what the teams change up here. Both coaches having a lot to say to their players. Canada looking a little bit more defeated than Team USA. A lot more spark on the USA bench right now. Makes a lot of sense. They are up 2-0. They are playing their best game of the tournament, catching Canada team coming out flat-footed. But we still have a lot of time here. We still have a whole half to go, and we are ready to get back at it. Looks like we have Turfa, we have Elke, we have Sherratt, we have Dunn, and we also have Jake. Nope, that is not Jake Stein. That is Charlie Mitchell. Alex Peralt in to take the face-off against Charlie Mitchell. Goes back to Sherratt. Sherratt plays across to Hannah Dunn. Barb Dubs pursuing her, sends her back into the zone. Hannah Dunn still possessing. Sherratt needs to get in position to help her, finally does. Sherratt possessing behind the goal. Dolan Jewell providing a little bit of pressure, and that is probably going to sail all the way down for icing. USA continuing with their just blast it down the ice breakout here. Was hoping to see a little bit more formulaic play on that breakout here in the second half, especially because they are up 2-0 in this one with a lot of time left to play. And they do have good players that can possess the ball and make those short passes. So Mitchell and Peralt again. Great play. Someone did box out there. Turfa escapes. Charlie Mitchell possessing. Charlie Mitchell back behind the net, looking to find Sherratt. Turfa collects. Turfa sends that down the ice. We could see another icing call here, and we will. I do like the Team USA get it out mentality. I would like to see them possibly with a few less free Canadian face-offs in the zone. Team Canada, great at face-offs, real quick to get their shots off, so this might not be the play here, but we'll see how it goes. We have Peralt in for another face-off against Jake Stein. Peralt probably going to try to drop this one back behind him. Hung up. A little bit of play around the boards. Tebow comes away with it. Tebow picked. Ball falls to Barb Dubs here. Barb Dubs, what are you going to do? Finds her guy. Nice spin move by Dahl Julin, who makes a nice play. Cannot find the back of the goal there. Peralt possessing. Peralt finding Gracie Sir. Oh, almost a bad turnover there by Gracie Sir. McGowan quite nearly had that great block by Andy Thone. One-handed shot. That's Alex Peralt channeling his inner Matt Street there. Stein possessing. Stein looking to find McGowan, and does. McGowan cannot get it out. Nicely held in by Justin Sanford. Smart defensive play here by Canada to maintain this zone. Turfa working against Barb Dubs. Barb Dubs sends it out front. Andy Thone walks away with it. Can she get it out? No, she cannot. McGowan's going to pursue. Ball passed in to Alex Peralt. Peralt in. McGowan's on. Okay, here comes Alex Peralt with a one-timer, nicely blocked. Hard pressure by Jake Stein, passed away to Sanford. Sanford possessing, not a great pass, but passed right back to him. Canada, nice clinical shift here for them. USA's been stuck on the ice for quite a long time. Easy switches. USA does not seem to be reacting to Team Canada sending one off. They are still back, shelled up, and we see a shot here from Matthew Solar that nearly is tipped in. Hugh Trin possessing, but oh wow, that has got to be a 10. Oh wow, I'm not sure that Hugh Trin is going to get up after this one. Wow, Matthew Solar, man, I know you're speedy, but wow, that was a lot. If you were here, this happened right in the boards in front of me. We're going to probably need some medical attention here for Hugh Trin. All of the boards moved. That's head contact. We'll see if this is just a minor. I am expecting a major here for Matthew Solar. I don't think that Matthew Solar intended to take out anyone in this play. Matthew Solar is just a speedy guy, but Matthew Solar might be done for the day after this. We'll see what our referees decide. They are talking about it now. We have Hugh Trin still down on the ice after getting blasted. Medical attention is on. You know, I know Team Canada looking to get back into this game. I know that we don't generally intentionally run players, especially our female players here today, but friends, this is co-ed broomball. Okay, and if that is how we are going to play it, I am not sure that we should be playing the game of co-ed broomball. So Hugh Trin walking off the ice now. It is nice to see her up and back walking around. Hopefully she is okay. And it is. We have 5 minutes up on the ice, and this means typically, I could be wrong on my rule interpretation, but USA will be on the penalty for the full 5 minutes, even if they score. I don't think that the penalty goes away. So Matthew Solar will sit this one out in the box for 5 minutes while USA looks to capitalize and possibly make this a 3-0 game. All right, Team Canada preparing to go on the kill for a long time here. 5 minutes. Jake Stein is sent into the box. Jake Stein wins it. Charlie Mitchell possesses. Jen Revels with the ball. Jen Revels working. Charlie Mitchell looking to come away with it. Canada able to get out of the zone here. This is Chloe Peralt who sends it in, but not out. Smart play there by Chloe Peralt to get that down, but not all the way down. Johnny Sin, Chloe Peralt still battling here. Jake Stein flips it over. I don't think it's going to go, though. Canada finds offsides, and here we go. We got Matthew Normand coming in, working against Jake Stein. Charlie Mitchell comes in. They find Julie Pierbotten down low. Julie Pierbotten working against Johnny Sin. Johnny Sin gets it away, but not to safety. A lot of possession here by Canada in the USA zone here when they're on the power play. Ball falls to Charlie Miller, who tries to send it out. But Bassan, great play here by Bassan to bring it back over. We got a step here. USA's got a step here. They are a man up, and they need the ball back here to make something happen on their power play. They send it in deep to Chloe Peralt. Dunn finds Stein. Johnny Sin to Charlie Mitchell. Will the USA get out here? Great defensive play here. Wow, Canada. This is a clinical kill here for Canada. USA hasn't even been able to bring it in the zone and set up their power play for much time at all. USA still with 3:36 left, though. Not exactly sure why this ball is coming out of the zone, but that is what our officials have decided. So ball in the USA zone. We have Elke, we got Parisian, we got Turfa, we got Sherratt. It looks like that is Kyle Vickery out there on the right. Elke battling. Barb Dubs comes away with it. Shelby takes it from her. Ball goes back up high. Great little move by Pierre Messier. He's taking it down the boards and in deep. Turfa possessing. Turfa to Sherratt. Sherratt to Vickery. Vickery goes right through Camille Beauchamp and into the zone. We got Sherratt up high. Vickery, Sherratt, Turfa. Turfa takes the shot, falls far side to Vickery. Vickery in behind the net. Vickery, oh, nice little play back up, and we're gonna see a shot by Sherratt here. Nice play, Ben Sherratt. Gets down low for that one-timer. Ball trapped in the corner. Got some pushing and shoving. Ball played back up to Sherratt. Sherratt finding Vickery. Shelby Parisian is going to collect this ball. Back up to Sherratt. Sherratt running the power play. Sherratt back to Shelby Parisian. A little bit of pressure there by Shelby. Nice pass in by Shelby. Goes back inside to Turfa. Ben looks to take the shot. Does not. Finds Vickery down low. Vickery to Parisian. Parisian thinks about it and does. We got a little bit of battle in front of the net there for Melissa Elke. Ball gets cleared out by Canada. Still a couple of minutes left on this penalty. Nice quick play there. Elke gets caught in her feet, and here comes Ashley Harvey with the ball. Ashley Harvey, nice little possession here. A lot of respect to these Canadian women right now. Great hands, great speed. This is a talented group of women on this Canadian mixed team. Charlie Mitchell comes out with it. Here comes Jake Stein down the side. Johnny Sin overlaps him, gets the ball on that. Johnny Sin with the ball. Sin to Stein. Stein says yes to the shot. A little bit out front here. Charlie Mitchell will collect. Mitchell takes a couple of steps in. Jen Revels back up to Mitchell. Mitchell finds Stein. Stein with a little bit of gap there. Will he take that? Nope, goes back over to Charlie Mitchell. Charlie Mitchell finding Johnny Sin on the backside. Melissa Elke. Melissa Elke in there on that rebound. Great position by Melissa Elke here, making some things happen in front of the net. Another save by Christina Boivin. Matthew Solar still in the box with a little bit more time to think about that last play. We have not seen Hugh Trin emerge yet into this game, and she is definitely a player that I think Team USA would want out there in front of the goal. We got a little bit of a board battle down here. Canada looking to kill the rest of this penalty any way they can. Ball's floating in front of the net. A lot of USA attackers in. Oh, actually, we do have Hugh Trin back out on the ice right now. My apologies to people watching out there. Hugh Trin is in pressuring right now. Charlie Mitchell down in deep. USA still with about 45 seconds. Knight flips. This is Mitchell to Turfa. No one's coming though. USA late to show up to help Sam Turfa. Here comes Charlie Mitchell finally, and that is it. That is our third goal there. That is Turfa to Mitchell with a real sneaky run. Kicks the acceleration in last second, and Turfa is able to find him. These two cold-blooded connection today. I feel like I read somewhere that some of these guys on Team USA are in a band. Turfa's their guitar player. Who knew that Turfa played the guitar? Now y'all know. USA commanding 3-0 lead, and there he is. We are into running time. I'm not sure why the clock is still running, but Matthew Solar's still gonna sit this one out. USA probably would have liked to get a couple in this 5-minute period, but one is better than none, we can all agree. So USA up here 3-0, looking to take home its first victory, bring this series to 2-1. I'm not sure that Canada is going to be able to recover from this with 10 minutes to play. Possibly the only good news for Canada is that Matthew Solar has had 5 minutes to rest his legs, so maybe he can come back in and make something happen for them. Looks like we are adjusting the clock. Our timers, who are doing an excellent job. These are volunteer timers who have maybe never operated a clock before, so lots of grace to our timers. We're all kind of new at this tournament running thing. A lot of us trying to figure it out and asking everyone for a little bit of patience here. USA wins that face-off as back Andy Thone is possessing. Andy Thone flips it in. Pierre Messier would give chase with Jake Stein on his back. Ball in deep, falls back out to Thone. Thone plays it back in here to Jen Revels. Jen Revels attempts to go low to Jake Stein. That is picked off by Pierre Messier. Nice little turn by Messier to get out. Miss pass. Another great chance here for USA. Jake Stein not able to put that one away. That was a great little sneaky play there off of that turnover. Oh, Thone picked off. Chloe Peralt goes the other way. Hard run in by Matthew Solar, who has emerged from the box. Chloe Peralt to Solar. Solar playing in on the boards. Solar back up to Normand. Normand back to Solar. And Solar's gonna fire. Andy Thone collects that. Not a great shot, falls in off the backboards. Got some pressure here. Thibault possessing. Thibault slips. McGowan can't quite get it out. Gracie Sir holds it in. Sanford finds it in deep, and we're for a shot. Excellent save there on that far side shot by Lynn Whalen. Jake Stein looking to find someone far side. Does, but Gracie Sir is there, and maybe she's not. Oh, McGowan can't seem to get there. Johnny Sin comes in, looks to find McGowan back, and does not. Solar with the ball, passes it, finds Peralt. Will Peralt walk it in? And he does. Peralt walks by Shelby, looking far side for Dowell Julin, cannot find each other. Johnny Sin takes it up the ice. Johnny Sin, oh, great attempt there. Gage Grace was running down that far side. Canada with a little bit of patience here. Oh, nice pick by Hugh Trin there. We're going to have a shot here by Grace. Off the goalie's helmet into the netting. This should stay in the zone. Christina Boivin making saves all over the place. That one with her helmet. Hopefully she's okay. Taking a shot in that close proximity with the head. Always a little bit of a scary thing for any player, but she seems to be ready to go for this face-off. We have Charlie Mitchell in the zone. Face-off won by Canada. Alex Peralt. Alex Peralt sending it far side, looking for Dahl Jewell. Oh, the USA goalie here, Lynn Whalen, is putting her stick handling skills on display. Peralt cannot possess. Turfa goes out nicely, and this is Charlie Mitchell one-on-one with Martin Bassan. Sends Elke far side. Can she get there? Batted out by Christina Boyven. Nice play by the Canadian goaltender again. Oh, looking for Elke on that one-timer. Can't quite get it there. Peralt winds up. Works Elke a little bit. Nice little pass far side. Canada's Martin Bassan. A lot of patience here. Finds Demers. Demers, nice little stutter step turn there. He is in on the zone here against Hannah Dunn. Pushed away by Whalen, nearly to a Canadian player running on. Demers looking to find it out front. Finds Camille Beauchemin. I think we may have a penalty coming here. There's a lot of pushing and shoving going on there. I don't honestly even know who this penalty is being called on. Looks like we are going down the other way. Maybe it is not a penalty. Possibly a hand pass. I don't know if anyone can confirm that's standing around me. There's just a lot going on. So we have a face-off here coming all the way down into Canada's zone. So since no one is sitting in the box, I'm going to assume that this was a hand pass. Stein in for the face-off against Demers. USA, it's Charlie Mitchell. Mitchell goes low to Jen Revels. Revels to Sin. Back up to Charlie Mitchell. Charlie Mitchell over to Stein. Stein takes a couple of steps. All right. All right, and I was clearly wrong. I don't even know what game I'm watching right now. That was a Canadian penalty. Not exactly sure what happened there, but USA clearly on the power play. You fans at home must have known this before me. My apologies. USA working on the power play here. Jake Stein fires a shot. Nearly batted in by Hannah Dunn. So USA here on the power play. You know, the funny thing, and sometimes the nice thing here doing the play-by-play is there is no one here to tell you when you are wrong. I feel like I'm talking to myself. So while all of you guys are at home screaming at the screen that the USA is on a power play, I can officially now confirm that. Hugh Trin working, nicely played out by Chloe Peralt. Sends it in deep. Parisian back to receive it. Let's see if the USA can formulate an effective breakout here. Back to Parisian. Parisian finding Sherratt. Sherratt finding Johnny Sin. Sin sending it up to Hugh Trin. Collected by Canada. Chloe Peralt trying to get it out. Does not. And Gracie Sir comes in to help her out. Canadian women doing all the work here on this far side in this kill. Stein to Parisian. Parisian to Trin. Trin looking to advance the ball deep into the zone. Goes back. Nice play. Finds Parisian. Parisian across to Stein. Stein thinks about shooting. Decides maybe not outside of the blue line. Stein carrying in. Does take the shot. That's a nice save by Christina Bolvin, who sends it up into the net. USA face-off here. We should be coming back out here. We should be 5-on-5 here.
Hey, Luke, how you doing?
Alex Peralt steps in here to take this face-off against Charlie Mitchell. Alex Peralt sends it out. Charlie Mitchell touches it off. Charlie Mitchell puts it back into the zone. Barb Dubs takes chase. Bubs and Gracie Sir back deep for Canada, quarterbacking this breakout. Picked up by Alex Peralt. Picked off nicely by Andy Thone, who somehow falls to Charlie Mitchell. We have Mitchell, Thone, Turfa here, 3-on-1. Martin Bassan defends the 3-on-1. Oh, defends it nicely. Will we have a penalty there? Yes, Canada is going to go on the penalty here. We have the goalie out. Canada working it in here. This is Dahl Julin advancing. Jewel holding the ball. Jewel finds Bassan. Back to Bassan. Nice, another great save there. Wow, Lynn Whalen with another save to preserve the shutout for USA. And we will see who this penalty is on. Looks like it's on Turfa. Turfa's gonna sit out the next 2 minutes of this one. Canada really needing a goal here and fast if they are gonna get themselves back into this game. A little bit of confusion, a lot of Canadian players not really sure who's coming or going. All right, okay. Canada has the goalie pulled and a timeout is called. Great delay tactic there by Team Canada. Likely wanting to have a certain set of players on the ice, some who may be tired. I do love this strategy. Wait as long as you possibly can to take that time out so that you can make sure that whoever you want to send on the ice, even 15, 20 seconds of extra rest is much needed by players, especially if we get deep into the game. So smart Canadian team always sending a good mixed team to this tournament. Good group of players. The mixed game does require a little bit different skill set than the women's game or the men's games. Players are asked to always bring their best game, but it is a little bit different game. And knowing how to use your women for women, knowing the right positions to step into, when and where to receive the ball. Always a clinical performance by this Canadian mixed team, but the USA up 3-0. USA not quite as experienced at mixed as there is a little bit more men's women focus here in USA, but nonetheless they are stepping into this game up 3-0, and we have Matthew Solar into the face-off circle against Johnny Sin. Won by Matthew Solar. Back to Gracie Sir. Canada pulls their goalie. This is Gearing. And Gearing is goes across the ice. Back to Gearing. Gearing and Normand passing it back and forth. Normand takes a shot, goes behind the goal, falls to Matthew Solar. Solar possessing. Solar to Gearing, who fires a shot. Nicely blocked by Shelby. Great play there by Shelby Parisian. Gearing looking. Solar fires, and that is in. Near side on the ice shot by Matthew Solar to make this one 3-1. Didn't leave the ice. I oftentimes wonder why players, when they are in tight spaces like this, don't look to keep their shots on the ice more often. Those are oftentimes the hardest ones for the goalie to see. Possibly it doesn't look as cool as the roofing it. It doesn't look as cool when you can't see the net flutter around, but great sneaky goal there by Matthew Solar to make this one 3-1. Canada possesses on the face-off. Bassan flips it across, find Barb Dubs. Barb Dubs working here on Shelby, opts to flip it into the zone, beat her with speed. Matt Stein is there to help. Quick shot by Alex Peralt. That nearly goes in. Nice shot by Peralt there. Dahl Julin finds it. He finds Bassan. Bassan to Peralt. Peralt is going to shoot no matter what here. Bouncing it around. Can the USA get it out? Jake Stein. Yes, by Jake Stein. Jake Stein, speed and precision there on that finish. USA back up by 3 goals with just 2 minutes left to play here. It's a start to finish. This is a really great game by Team USA. I think they're going to give Canada something to really think about as we come back for our 4th game here in this series shortly. Miracles do happen, but we'll see if the USA can finish this one out. Matthew Solar in the face-off circle. Ball goes back to Hannah Dunn. Look out, Hannah Dunn. Here comes Matt Solar, and he ain't afraid. Great play there by Solar. Solar possessing. Shot by Solar. That's a great shot on frame. Back up to Martin Bassan. Bassan to Gracie Sir. Gracie Sir finds Solar, who's going to fire it up front, but no one is there. Bassan. Bassan fires. Just wide, and Solar. Wow. Man, Matthew Solar, this guy is everywhere, comes in, almost sneaks it in on Lynn Whalen. Great goalie play there for her to get across and cut off that post. Not a whole lot of time left here. Canada down by 3 goals. Clearly not giving up. This could also just be about pride. This is a great mixed team from Canada, and they are not going to just give up, even though there's only 1:20 to play, and they are down by 3 in this one. Gearing steps in for the face-off. Ball goes to Ashley Harvey. Ashley Harvey working Hannah Dunn behind the goal. Gearing comes in. Gearing and Harvey behind the goal for Canada. USA battling. Harvey passes it behind the goal. Harvey gets it back. Harvey finding Gearing. Gearing looking to send it out in front of the goal, and does. Nice little shot there by Gracie Sir, and here comes Mitchell. He's looking for an empty netter of his own. Oh, actually, no, looks like Canada put their goalie back in. Justin Gearing possessing. Ooh, nice little defensive play there, and that should be a slash. That will be a slash on Justin Gearing. Not sure that Charlie Mitchell's stick is still in one piece, but he picks it up, feels it out, feels good, and now he wants the ball back again. Found there. They find Charlie Mitchell up the boards, who just sends it in. I think the USA is going to close this one out here. We got just about 13 seconds left. See a face-off here shortly. So far, this is looking to be our most decisive victory of the tournament. A 3-goal victory. So far, every game that has been played in this tournament has either been a 1-goal differential or has gone to overtime, and then obviously also been a 1-goal differential. So the USA mixed team here sending a message in this tournament with our most decisive victory to date. And as we hear the clock expire, the USA will take home their first victory in a well-played game. Canada going to take a break and try to forget about this one, and USA is going to try to come back here in the next one just as strong, hoping they can tie this up at 2-2, but the series is now Canada with 2 wins in mixed, and USA with 1. Thanks for watching, everyone, and I'll see you back here later on today.
Here we are ready for game number 4. This is an elimination game. Right now, the United States men are up 2-1 against Team Canada here in the 2025 edition of the North American Broomball Super Series. Can they close it out is the big question here. We'll see how aggressive and flying out of the gates Canada comes, knowing their backs are up against the wall. U.S. starts the usual suspects. Walby, Sikic, and Broughton. Courtright and Sikic all take the ice. Swanson out to tap gloves. Canada counters. Jordan Weideman in the draw for them. He's got Thiel and Langiel to his left and right. Weideman, this is forward here. The ball's flipped deep and nice. Courtright's going to be the first one there. He chops it out towards Broughton. Broughton's in a little space, but pinched off quickly by a couple of Canadian defenders. Here's Weideman with Walby on him. Weideman tries to flare that low. Swanson out aggressively, tries to play it forward. It's way out of his crease. They take a shot that's bouncing, ricocheted up and out. Sikic covers. Two guys immediately on the ball. Full-on heavy forecheck from Canada, and it's tipped away, and Walby's in some space. Walby's got Broughton over the top. Weideman's there. Broughton and Walby both change. Picked off by Kyle Johnson. He walks and he's got Bear. Bear in space, Bear with a drive and a shot. Bounced off. And a penalty is going to get called on Bear for a check, taking Ponsac into the wall, and almost immediately the United States finds them on the penalty kill. Pretty soft call on Bear, little shove from the back, Ponsac into the wall, and the special teams play their role a minute into the game. Charlie Bear, 2 minutes for checking, boarding maybe, I don't know what the call is. "17 minutes, Charlie Bear, 2 minutes for boarding." Hoffala sends this over, touched on by Lacombe. Now low, saucered in. Killeen couldn't get it, or Killeen couldn't get a hold of that one. Here's Hoffala. He'll drive it. No, he fakes. Now he sends it to the weak side. Now it's touched up. Hoffala controlling, sends it over. That's drilled in, blocked nicely by Hansen. Swanson out of his net again. Saucers that thing around. Hansen, Eccles, and the usual suspects, Houchin and Courtright in on the kill. Disciplined. Courtright blocks another one, and that's saucered out. Perfect weight on the pass from Eccles. Won't go for icing, so the goalie has to play it. Lacombe touches this to Keeley. Joe Keeley seeing his first shift of the game. Minute left in the penalty. Here is Keeley. Keeley sends the pass across. Weideman. Jordan Weideman sends that to Keeley. Keeley to Zach Keeley. Joe looking to drive it, doesn't have it. Weideman now to Keeley. There's a fake shot driven in around backside. 30 seconds in the penalty. Joe Keeley. Here's Weideman. Weideman with a drive. Houchin clears it, not out. Sent in quickly. Blake Hansen. Here's Courtright up the wall, not out. Keeley controls. 5 seconds in the penalty. Sent across. Here's Joe Keeley. Kick pass back to his cousin. Even strength. The Americans are trying to get a player on. It would have been Jonathan Jaunty. 14:57. The Canadians hit it up into the netting. We'll have a reset. What a kill. The Americans. Man, that penalty kill unit is good. Tyler Houchin and Cam Courtright anchored on the back end. Blake Hansen and Jager Eccles up top for that PK unit, and man, are they a disciplined crew. It's turned over. Here's Sikic in some space trying to find Walby backdoor. Walby shoots it just wide. Great look from Brent Walby, maybe his best of the tournament. Jaunty. To Broughton. Jaunty drives, spins, gets a chance, takes the forehand, no, waggles again. Still not a shot. Now he drives. That's a shot in on the goaltender. Sauve makes the save. Jaunty putting on a show at center ice. Longchamp, Jacobs, Hansen, Sikic, Courtright for the Americans, Keeley, Scott Wall, Joe Keeley, Ben Keeley, the Canadians. Tapped up, Wall dumps that backwards, finds Ben Keeley. Up. It's a foot race, and Killeen's going to be first one there. He dives, thinking he's going to get a penalty call on that. There is no call. I think it's the right no call. Ben Keeley looking for a backhand again, spins to his forehand, hits that thing hard. That ball's driven up into the netting, and the Canadians are really struggling to keep that ball down, much to the benefit of the American D. 13:46 in the first. 0-0 here, 2-1 the Americans lead the series. Ponsack and Weideman on D for the Canadians. Tony Sikic and Cam Courtright for the Americans. Courtright back. Courtright tries to find Eccles on the wall. Canada comes up with it. Now Eccles gets the turnover he wants. Bears trying to clear it, and he just pokes it up and out. He'll press, so the Canadians send it back to the goaltender, Sauve. Sauve just sends that gently around to Weideman. Kyle Johnson provides light forechecking pressure just to make Weideman earn his pass. There it is. Closes it up and into the stands. A rare wild pass from Jeremiah Weideman. That ball returned to play by Jake Stein, one of the heroes of the American mixed team, who came off the mat down 2-0, poured in a 4-1 victory moments ago. Pete Sikic in the draw circle. Broughton just kicks it low to Zach Lee. Zach Lee seeing his first minutes. Saucered across, here's Try. Try looking to drive it, trying to get a tip. Sauve's in and covers. Try sent that wide of the goal, hoping Broughton could get a broom on it. Good look from the USA. Sikic has Walby to his left, clean win. Boy, Sikic has come alive in that draw circle. Huge in the overtimes last time. That's high and hard off the wall. Broughton trying to tip it. Here's Zach Lee. Zach Lee to Sikic. Sikic wheeling towards the center. Up high at the blue. Try cycles low. There's the wrist pass to him. Try facing some pressure, pokes it away. Broughton's in some space. Can he make a move? No, he can't. Sikic goes down trying to keep the ball in the zone. It's touched up and out. Here the Canadians go. They're going to send it forward. Batted aside in the feet. Nearly goes in the goal. Try almost kicks that into the American net. Here come the Americans. Walby to Broughton. Broughton tries to send that back to the middle, but it's touched off. This is Killeen. Killeen can let a bomb go. Instead, it's Keeley with a drive. There's another shot, high and wide. Americans a little bit mixed up right now. There's a drive wide. It goes to the back door. Thankfully, an American player there to cover. Good aggressive play by Joe Keeley to try to keep it on the Canadian side of things, and he does. This is Wall. Wall touches it to Keeley. Keeley wanders, trying to make a wraparound move. Instead, it's knocked off by Zach Lee. Falls to Sikic. Sikic tries to find Broughton, and here's Lee. Lee's going to send to the far side. Beautiful pass, but it just allows the Americans to change. Walby off, Hansen on, Zach Lee off. Jaunty and Houchin, D partners right now. They slide onto the ice. Broughton's going to get a change. Simon is on. Longchamp centers this line. Simon. The ball comes in and catches an American player in the face. Pete Sikic just took that shot directly to the face, and he's suffering on the bench. Ben Keeley comes over and apologizes to him for it. Certainly not intentional, but certainly not a fun part of your day. You're out there playing hard, and the painful moment happens when you're trying to get some rest on the bench. Sikic is one of the toughest kids I know, though, so we go up into the Cooper Hawks hockey sign. We'll have a face-off down low in the American zone. Couple laughs exchanged between the American and Canadians. Good to see that the sportsmanship is still running strong this deep into the tournament. Keeley and Longchamp in the draw circle. That's won by Longchamp. Longchamp to Houchin. Houchin, one of the leaders of the Legion team in the United States, to his teammate, Blake Hansen, also a Legion player. Swanson just grabs and covers that. Felt like the pressure was too much for those two, and we'll reset for a draw. Longchamp's going to get a change. That's something wrong with his broom, maybe. Eccles, Bear, Kyle Johnson. Sent to the far corner. Houchin has it. Just bats it around to Bear. Bear's in some space. Canadians closing quickly. Bear wheels backwards, controls the ball, sends that over to Eccles. Rips that around to Houchin. Houchin, the only member of the ice right now that isn't a MedX club mate. So these guys are familiar playing with each other. Here's Jaunty trying to win the ball. Johnson chips it back to Jaunty. Just a little wild on the pass. There's a long pass. Eccles going to fight off his guy. Courtright and Sikic on D. Eccles waggles to the middle. Just tries to get it out of the zone and manages to, and they'll have to reset through Dufresne back to Sauvé. Sauvé sends that up. That's touched on really nicely, but picked off by Tony, and Tony's got Courtright to gain the zone, and they're off sides as Broughton was changing on the back end. 9:42 remaining in the first. Draw one by the Canadians, slap shot in, nobody home to bat it into the net, but they do maintain possession. 0-0 here, shots even in the stadium board, 3 apiece for each team. Tony Sikic looking for a long slap pass to Courtright. Broughton tries to wheel and deal, can't do it, and it's a turnover, but it falls back to the Americans. Sikic has Walby trying to turn the corner, and he does, gains the zone, but it's batted out. Canadians have to check up so it can fall to Courtright. Courtright has it. He touches a touch pass back to Broughton. Broughton finds Sikic. Sikic flips that over to his brother. Tony walks it forward. Tony drops that to Broughton. Broughton trying to find space from Dufresne. He saucers it around. Hoffela's the first one there. Walby tries to rub him off the play. They battle hard for the ball. Keeley has it. 8:33 remaining in the first half. 0-0. Keeley. Blake Hansen tries to knock it away on the wall. Broughton goes for a shift. Longchamp pesters. Ben Keeley tries to send it up. Tries back on a back check. Instead, Zach Lee tries to knock it forward. Now he just chops it backwards, gets squished into the boards. Here's Try. Try cycles that around to Simon, but the bounce is bad. Simon does get a broom on it. Ben Keeley on the wall. Keeley. Langiel falls to Simon Jacobs. Simon sets up shop. Quick kick past the Longchamp, and he wants Hansen, and he's got him. Hansen's hauling. Goalie's out to play it. Ball, long play by the goaltender. Won't be icing. So he chips that to Try. Try has it. Wanders back behind the net. Needs to cycle it forward. Does. Here's Longchamp. Longchamp can saucer a pass to Simon. Simon can turn the corner. Simon's quick. He's turning the corner as best he can. He's got Weideman on him. Simon Jacobs down, fighting for the ball, doing what he can. Jordan Weideman, or Jeremiah Weideman. He wins it from him. Kyle Johnson around the net trying to center it. Nobody home. So he holds the ball. Kyle Johnson, always a threat to just smash a ball into the net. Controls here. Johnson's got Jaunty, so he hits it towards him. Here's Bear in the center. Bear looking to shoot. He does. Tags the ball off of Weideman. Pretty good look. Houchin back. Houchin hauling as fast as he can. Johnson's there. To Eccles. Eccles can carry forward. 3v2. Fire wagon broom ball. Bear on the back door. Jaunty sends it back to Eccles. Eccles tries to center it forward, and it's just off the broom of Bear and goes wide. Eccles to Houchin. Houchin has his pocket picked by Colleen. Jaunty there recovers, sends it back to Swanson. Swanson and Jaunty, how many times have those two guys combined for meaningful passes over the years? Fun to think about. Sauvé has the ball. Token pressure from the Americans right now. Dufresne, the defender, now getting chewed up by Walby. Walks around, has Broughton on him, tries to kick it up the wall, might not get out. Courtright's there, and he's got a guy on him, so he sends a nice pass to Sikic. Sikic sends that low to Broughton. Broughton wants to wheel and deal. He can get a shot away, but it's high into the netting. He'd like a second look. Vents his frustration with a 1,000-yard stare. .526 in the first half of a 0-0 game. Nobody said it would be easy to win, and these teams are proving that. Sikic with Broughton to his right. Broughton peels back, drops it to Sikic. Sikic tries to turn the corner on Wall and does. Maintains possession. Wanders to the front. Sends a wrister in. It's drilled in by Tony. Off of somebody. Broughton tries to finish and it doesn't go. Canadians scramble to get possession and do. And they clear it. Ben Keeley just wants to drive that down for an icing. They're running hard after it. There's the whistle. Really good flurry from the U.S. there. Broughton had a chance at the little wrister that he just fluttered wide. Face off low. Longchamp buried. Courtright will just bounce the ball in there. Didn't hit it perfectly, but Hansen will pinch. Hansen has it. Hansen sends it through the crease. Longchamp defended by Weideman. 50-50 ball. Can Courtright win it? He's getting buried. Longchamp's in there. Scramble for the ball on the near wall. Courtright doesn't have a lid. They should blow the whistle. Hansen back checks. Oh, nice pass. Here's Brody Thiel, can't finish. Cody Thiel, I should say. Simon just walks forward, saucers that, and gets a change. Nice play from Jacobs there. This is Lacombe. Try, defends that well, and knocks it back. That falls to Dufresne. Dufresne dangles, controls, but it's knocked aside by Try, and here's Jaeger in some space. Jaeger's got Hoffela in front of him. Dangles, chips it low. Bear will be the first one there. Bear looking to center this to his teammate. There it is, and it's a wrister on by Lee. Lee can't finish. Jaeger. Charlie, stick check, trying to come up with it, just cleared. It'll go for an icing. USA applying some meaningful pressure late in the first half. 3:04 to go. Walby with Ben Keeley defending him. Nice skip pass. Broughton has a shot. Goes wide. Bounces off. Held by Sauve, the goaltender. Can't hear. Walby sends that low to Broughton. Broughton's got Wall defending him. This is Sikic. Sikic trying to peel around on Keeley, tried to send it in front to Walby. Walby with Ben Keeley controlling the ball and Walby pestering. Walby just all over him like a blanket. Flipped up. Good defense by Houchin. Houchin chops it away from Colleen, comes up with the ball. Touched the bench and they want a whistle. Canadians don't like the call. As soon as the ball went up along the wall, Houchin pointed to their bench as if, hey, they touched it. And the referee blew the whistle. Either way, Houchin helped make the call, which would naturally get the Canadian bench as Irish up. I don't think the call would have come had Houchin not pointed. Longchamp in the draw circle. Loses that to the Canadians. Ponsac is there. Flipped out by Weideman. Langeal charging in on Tony Sikic. Sikic controls. Courtright goes on a journey. Simon overlaps and comes low. There's the long pass to Courtright, but it's too far and it'll go for icing. You can see what they were trying to figure out there, but to no avail. The pass wasn't quite what Tony wanted. Under 2 minutes to play, 0-0. Good look off of Zach Leesbroom a few moments ago in a flurry from the U.S. Didn't materialize. Sikic. That ball's going to go out. Corey laid out. I didn't see what happened there. Corey down and the net off. Ponsac in to talk with Courtright about it. Weideman rightly gets a ton of credit as an absolutely all-universe level player. But Joey Ponsack doesn't make any mistakes. He is really good out there defensively. And, yeah, man, he reminds me a little of Nicholas Lidstrom in the way he plays. Just sort of feels effortless and without much in the way of mistakes. Here's Bear. Bear's got Johnson, but it's a tough pass. So Bear just carries low and sends it around, picked off. Bear tries to drag and snipe it in, and they call the net off. No, a penalty. A penalty on Kyle Johnson. They're saying it's an elbow or something that Kyle Johnson. So again, the Americans go on the penalty kill for what feels like the 900th time. An elbow from Kyle Johnson. Wow. Bear was trying to stuff that near post, and evidently Kyle Johnson's elbow got involved. 1:12 in the half. Americans just trying to work to get to the half. And then they'll worry about the remaining time on the penalty. What a play by Houchin. Dives out there to break up the pass to Joe Keeley. Hansen's now going to pressure Weideman on the wall. This is Zach Keeley. Weideman. That ball's tipped dangerously in front. Sent aside by Swanson on an athletic play. Blocked by Hansen. Chipped out. That's through and in. Hansen tries to clear. The ball gets centered. And the Canadians score with 1:27 left in the penalty. Just an odd bounce that beats the American defense and ricochets off Swanson's leg and into the back of the net. 1-0 Canada with 40 seconds remaining in the half. That does it for the penalty. We return to even strength. Seemed like almost a nothing play, and then it it's like number 17, Zach Keeley, with the goal. I'm sorry, 17, Jordan Weideman with the goal. Court right. Court right to Walby. Walby to Sikic. Sikic will flip it to Walby. And 10 seconds left. Just take a shot, Walby. Got to drive it. And that'll take us to the half. Americans probably should have manufactured some kind of a shot there in the waning seconds. The crowd's not wrong to call for it there. Might have come off of Walby's broom with about 8 seconds left. Well, we go to the half. Canada with a late goal on the power play. It's a big ask to ask the Americans to keep killing penalty after penalty after penalty. And they weren't up to the task that time, understandably so. It's just too much to just continue to be on the man advantage. Houchin, the captain, is over there pleading with the officials to help even this up. It's like saying we're not the only ones that are getting elbowed and getting shoved and getting pushed. You got to call this both ways. Referee's not having much of it. Americans begging for a call at the half. I don't have him here. I'll come. We've started the second half here. Ponsack with the ball. He sends that around to Weideman. Turned over. Sikic. Sikic has his brother Pete. Pete tries to center it and tipped on by Walby. Really good look for the Americans there. Ponsack tries to clear. That's sent up into the netting for a whistle. We'll reset with a face-off. Battle for it here as Canada tries to clear. This is Dufresne. Dufresne waggles and gets a shot away. Swanson dumped again in his crease, trying to break out the Americans. Chipped up, controlled by Lacombe, who sends it to Dufresne. Dufresne. Battle for, and here's Barron. He had Hansen on a breakaway, but the ball bounced weird. Didn't quite go his way. Hansen would have been in to cause some trouble. Here's Jaunty on a nice spin and a walk to the middle. Jaunty flips it over. This is Longchamp. Longchamp. Team's mates bump off the red and reset, hoping they can launch the ball up. They do. Here's Hansen in a run, trying to chase down Keeley. They go hard into the wall. Hansen comes up with it. He sends it in. Bouncing ball. Houchin goes low, drives down. Simon Jacobs gets buried. And he pops up on his feet. There are weight classes for a reason, Simon. Nice work out there, kiddo. We're back to play here. Weideman with a nice pass. Touched up and offside. Offsides there. All the Canadians are asking the question about it. All right, here we go. 15:32 remaining. Second half, Canada up a goal. Here's Sikic. Sikic and Weideman battle for it. That's chopped down towards Swanson. He'll freeze. We'll reset and have another face-off. The USA has to jump up off the mat here. If they score twice in the next 15:28, they can end the series. Otherwise, we'll be knotted at 2 games apiece. Weideman with Walby on him. Sikic sends that wide, but it's behind Walby, so he has to reset a little. Now he tries to chop it towards Broughton. Can Broughton get there? Ponsack will be the first one there. Weideman touches it forward. This is Cody Thiel. He wanders to the left. Tries to chop a backhand in and pass Sikic. Doesn't do it. Sikic will get there. Sikic sends it around to Courtright. 14:48. Down a goal. Broughton walks to the middle. Sends the ball back to Sikic. He wants a change. Bear is on. This is Eccles. Eccles trying to flip it over the top. Dufresne will be the first one there. Dufresne has it picked off, though. Kyle Johnson causing problems. Sends the ball in front. Nobody home. Zach Lee touches that thing down. Johnson with a drive. Bounces off a Canadian defender. Held in by Lee. Zach Lee with a slapper, can't find a teammate backdoor, looking for Eccles. That's a tough pass, puts a lot on it. Back checks and sends it down to Swanson. Tries to pat that around. This is Colleen. Turnover. Ben Keeley just wanders. Sends it low. Colleen sends it around. Zach Keeley tries to stuff it near post. And then net is knocked off as Kyle Johnson dives down to defend. Ball saucered up and out of play. Gets a little lecture, one brother to the other. This is how you did that incorrectly. If you'd swung with the broom a different way, it would have gone into the net. But, you know, brotherly love out there. 13:37. Keeley flips it up and out. Colleen on a run, big physical presence. This is Houchin. Houchin's trying to find Simon on a run. Back heel pass that falls to Longchamp. Longchamp's in some space. Can he turn the corner? No, it's batted away nicely. Look at Jacobs fly. Tries to get it in right on frame. Good play by Hansen there to even corral that ball and shove it towards the goal. Good look. Good defense by the Canadians. Kind of a surprise chance out of nowhere. If Longchamp had been able to keep that on his broom, he really would have had Hansen back door. Nice defense from the Canadians to snuff it out. Longchamp in the draw circle here. That's won by Weideman, tap back to his brother. Jeremiah sends it up the wall. Now it's back to Jeremiah. Weideman on a long pass. Tries to be snuffed out by Jaunty, but it bounces favorably. He goes high side, misses the net. Jaunty there. Jaunty just trying to clear the ball. Hansen has Weideman on him. That ball's flared up and over. Such a soft touch off Weideman's broom. Houchin strong on the ball and sends it to Jaunty. Under 13 to play. Turned over. Here's a chance for the Canadians. They drive it off of Courtright. Touched in. Can Broughton get there? No, he cannot. Canadians control. Sent in high, off the wall. Courtright will pinch. That ball gets shoved out. Hoffalo with the ball. He tries to drag his man. Sends it in. Nice play by Walby, but now he's out of the play. He's back, makes a good defensive recovery, and Courtright tries to bat it up and out. Tries to make a play. Bounces. Lacombe just stuffs that low. There's a drive high and wide and into the netting. Archambault a little frustrated with himself that he couldn't keep that thing down. The Eccles line out for the U.S. That's Jager, Charlie Bear, and Kyle Johnson. Courtright and Sikic behind them. Keeley, Colleen, Keeley. Swanson. Just tries to knock it out. They try to pinch. Canada controls. Colleen down the wall. He tries to send that in, and that's up off the dasher and into the netting. And a new ball appears. Mute. Little pause in the broadcasting there. We're back with live action. 11 minutes remaining. Canada up a goal. Try to Eccles. Eccles steps to the middle nicely, and he's got Kyle Johnson in space. Kyle Johnson's got teammates. There's a bouncing ball in. Maybe didn't quite strike it with as much force as he wanted. Had a whole lot of reinforcements coming, too. 10:48. Canada really responded well from their 2-0 loss earlier and are up a goal here well into the second half. Simon, kick past the lead, just taps it back to Simon, but they pinch the ball off, and now Canada can come into the zone. That's flipped over the top. Swanson out to play it. Swanson taps it to Hansen. Hansen just tries to flip that out. Weideman will control with a little pressure from Simon. Simon sends that up, and here's Jaunty on a pinch trying to get to the ball. Can Longchamp keep it in? Offsides, they have to reset, and they do. Jaunty will come forward. There's a flared pass. Hansen taps it. Hansen controls. Canada goes for a change. Well, actually, they just reset their D. Ponsac looked like he was shifting. Instead, he just wandered back into his D spot. Hansen. Just surveys the ice here, looking for the opportunity. Thinks about the long pass to Walby. It's not there. Now he throws the perfect one to Houchin, and Houchin's on a dead breakaway. Can he improve his angle? Houchin looking for reinforcements, just tries to thread it around. Jaunty will be the first one there. The ball was just a little too hot for Houchin to get a good angle in on the goaltender. Canada recovers possession. Archambault just sends that out to Lacombe. Lacombe's on sides and has the ball, and he just throws it deep. Content to get new personnel on the ice. Courtright. Courtright to Sikic, and Sikic will dump it low and just try to have a foot race. Sikic still with gas in the tank at this point. Coming the other way. Welcome to Canadian Broomball. The flip fest is real. Here's Sikic in some space. Sends a nice pass across to Courtright. Does Courtright have time to catch it and deliver? Here's Johnson. Johnson taps it back. Kyle's trying to control it. Courtright does. Broughton's on sides, and he's got Johnson in a free run. Can he get it through the defender? He can't. Courtright comes to pinch. Changes from the American bench. Eccles is on. He's got Zach Lee. He waggles and walks. He's got Courtright. Zone's good. Tries to find Johnson, and he does through the defender's legs, and there's a shot off the backside. Johnson isn't there to cover, but Charlie Bear chops it low. Zach Lee touches it to Eccles. Eccles. Eccles tries to reset to the backside. Charlie crashing just out of the reach of Bear. The idea was good. Eccles putting on some pressure, using fitness and speed to make life hard. Thiel with a long exit pass. Zach Lee's going to be the first one there. Sends it to Swanson. Swanson's got Courtright. Couple of Americans change. That's batted away. We get the Hansen, Longchamp, Jacobs line out there. Zach Lee wanders forward while Hansen controls. Hansen tries a dangerous pass that's picked off. Hansen goes to clear it and does, and the Canadians will have to reset. Hoffala with the ball. He sends a ball deep. Dufresne's on the forecheck. Simon Jacobs runs that thing down and tries to pivot. Scampering around the ice like a ground squirrel, and they're off to the races again. Here's Lee. Lee out. Longchamp with some pressure. Hoffala holds it and waits to get onside. Nice play there. This is Try. Try bats it away. Anybody can touch the ball there in the defensive zone, so Lee does. Lee sends that to Hansen. Hansen controls and taps it past. He's in space. He tries to dangle. Jacobs can't quite get there. Keeley will touch it, but it's held in by Houchin. Low to Longchamp. 6:24 remaining in the game. Longchamp has it, tries to center it in on Hansen, and Hansen goes just wide. Jaunty with some pressure now. That's touched out. Hansen, Houchin has it. Houchin tries to flip it over, does so. Hansen can't be the first one there. This is Keeley. Keeley batted in front. Walby's got a chance. Walby gets rubbed out of the play by Keeley. Keeley made a mistake and recovered for it. Another chance at a turnover here. Sikic wisely just dumps that back. Jaunty's there. Jaunty with a slap pass to Walby. Walby can turn the corner. Walby's got guys pressing in on him. Takes a shot well wide. Broughton's going to be the first one there. He tries to chop it low and does. Sauve, the goaltender, just lets Weideman handle the ball. 5:25 remaining. Canada holds the 1-goal lead. Canada just looking to carry it out of the zone, and they do put the flip on Kyle Johnson, tapping it around. Does so, it's offside. So Johnson has to check up. It does so. Now Eccles is in space, though. He sends it to Johnson. They both blow a tire, but they keep the ball. It's just Jaunty walking to the middle, court right. Court right to Jaunty. Jaunty with a one-time shot. Goes wide. Eccles. Corey off. The goal is empty with under 5 minutes remaining. U.S. looking to tie and win this maybe in regulation. No goalie for the U.S. with 4.5 to play. Oh, it's a delayed penalty. Oh, the arm up for Nygaard. Wow, didn't see it. Delayed penalty. They're going to go on the power play for the first time. There's the hold by Ponsack. Holy cow. I didn't see the call. Wow, okay. Kyle Johnson got taken out. And we'll see. Tori Langiel took the penalty and will have to sit in the box for holding. 2 minutes for holding, and the U.S. gets a chance. Wow, a huge chance. I missed the penalty call completely. Thought they'd just gone for pulling the goalie super early, which wouldn't be completely out of bounds. But now here they go. The American power play. This is Sikic. Sikic with a wrister in, tapped in by Walby. In on the goaltender. Again, batted but not out. Sikic will have to haul. He's facing tremendous pressure. Tony has it, 1:32. This is Broughton. Broughton sends it back to Tony. Tony walks the zone. Chips that over to his brother. Sikic resets to Tony, 1:21. Nice zone entry from the Americans. Broughton. Broughton fakes a shot. Sikic. Broughton. Broughton with a drive. Bouncing ball. Tapped up and out. 1:05 remaining. Ball's played up. Americans are onside. Too many men. Too many men for the Canadians, and the arm goes up. Give him the ball. Give him the ball. And for the next 50 seconds, it will be a 5-on-3 for the United States. Canada clearly had too many men. The whole American bench exploded when they did the count. I noticed it, and they were really late changing somebody. Kevin's furious about it, but of course he would be because now his team's on the 5-on-3. Colleen serves it. They got to figure out what 3 they want on the ice. It's going to be Weideman for sure. Looks like Zach Keeley's out there. Lacombe is out there, and Weideman. I think they like Lacombe in the draw circle. Sikic wins that cleanly to Broughton, and it's 5-on-3 for 45 seconds. Courtright, Sikic, Broughton. Sikic with a slapper in on Sauve. He defends it nicely. Keeley's just trying to kill time and does so. Really good play. Swanson out to play at 26 seconds. The Americans move forward, reset and go. 20 seconds remaining in the 5-on-3, 129 in the other penalty. 15 seconds. Still time, and there's a drive bounced out. Broughton can't get it, and Weideman's in a break. Weideman's got a 2-on-1. Weideman with the hand move, fans on it. Here's Courtright. Numbers, it's numbers. It doesn't quite work out. Lacombe's got it, good back check. The Canadians clear. A minute remaining in the power play now. Americans got to get disciplined for the 5-on-4. $1:57 remaining in the game, 45 in the penalty. When does the U.S. pull? Here comes Corey Swanson. There's the shot. Falls to Broughton. Goalie out. No goalie situation plus the power play. It's 6-on-4. Zach Lee wanders into space. Batted aside nicely by Joe Keeley, but not out of the zone. Sikic recovers. 22 seconds. Looking for clarification on where Zach Lee should be. He gets to the front of the net. They just want him there for a tip. Broughton waggles, sends it to Sikic. There's Sikic with a drive, blocked nicely by the Canadians. Good defensive play by Keeley. 5 seconds, 4-3 in the penalty. And now it's even strength except the man advantage now with the goalie pulled. Here's Courtright, 6-on-5. Courtright touches that low to Walby. Walby to Courtright. Courtright to Sikic. Sikic to Courtright. Courtright tries to saucer a pass all the way through to Tony and it doesn't go. Sikic has to be the first one there. Keeley wants to change. He's off. 43 seconds. Time drifting down. There's the plays on. They call him offsides. They drop it low. 30 seconds remain. U.S. on their last breath here to try to tie this game, but there it is, picked off. Zach Keeley there is going to ice this game, just sending the ball down. Now there's only 18 seconds left. U.S. pushing forward for one last charge. There's the ball sent into Pete. Pete's got 11 seconds. He flips it to Hansen. Hansen taps it low. Can he get the ball to the front of the net? He tries. The ball's ricochets around and the net is off. And with 3.7 seconds left, there's a little scrum in front. And everybody is okay and everything is copacetic. 3.7 to play. It looks like Canada is going to even this series at 2-2. Nygaard and the referee are talking things over. Face-off will be in the Canadian zone. They talk it over. 3.7 seconds left. There is a penalty on the board. So it is a quick. Okay, 3.7 seconds left. There's a timeout. It's a brief 5-on-4. I mean, it's really just win a draw, take a shot. So they can't really develop too much of a strategy here. It's just got to be a clean PD win and a bomb by Courtright. And you're just trying to bust Walby or Hansen to the net and hope for a tip. Tough to draw up anything more than that. Whoever wins the draw, whoever PD can win the draw to, is just got to take one step. 3.7 seconds allows you to catch, bump, fire, and see if some magic can happen. Very likely we're going to be 2-2 at the end of this game, and we'll move right on to the women's game. There it is. Canada knots this thing up at 2 games apiece. And it is on like Donkey Kong for game 5. Holy cow. We'll be back in a minute.
And we're back, folks. This is Mike Liga filling in for Grant Dawson here for the 4th women's game here of the series. And Canada is up 2-1, so this is a winner-go-home situation here for USA. This morning, if you missed it, they lost the game Another 1-0 game there. So they're about ready to get set here. Thank you for joining us if you just jumped on, and thank you for sticking around if you've been enjoying the games all morning here. Wainers jumping back in net there for USA. We got Ellen, Rochelle, and Austin. Gustafson starting at center once again. Stetch, Buzicki on defense for USA. And good news, Dawson is back. He's going to cover the first half here. I'll cover the second half so he can do his coaching duties for the next game.
All right, welcome back to play here. I had to run and get myself a snack because I just am hungry. Skipped breakfast this morning. I had half a cookie. Now I've got a scrumptious banana and peanut M&Ms to tide me over. Just underway here. This is a critical game. Canada leads 2-1. If Canada wins, Ellen in the box again, leading the tournament in penalty minutes. We're less than a minute into the game, and she's already in the box. Ellen's got to watch that, doing more harm than help for the team by spending that much time in the box. Couture sends that over to Vandelar. Couture with a drive. One-timer attempt, chipped out there by Ostad. Couture. Thank you. Okay. Have a draw low. Buzicki will take it. They tossed Stetch out of the circle. Couture. There's a ball driven low and hard. Vandelar just bats that back to Couture. There's a drive, bounced off of Stetch, cleared by Myers. Goalie out to play it. 1:13 remaining in the penalty. Couture carries, sends it back, tossed over and now in. Vandelar pressured there by Langeveen. Ball just tied up on the wall, now controlled and tapped over. Marquis controls, now drops it off. Bolduc sends it over to Marquette. There's a drive. U.S. still trying to clear and can't. Bolduc tries to send it back door. Nothing happening. Vandelar. Big bomb bouncing ball sitting on the back of the net. Stetch wants a whistle, doesn't get it. Even strength. Americans were able to kill off the penalty. Rochelle's out of the box and right onto the ice. Got to get gritty and concentrate here. She's a phenomenal athlete. Can't let the frustration get to her. There's a ball bouncing in. Early in the game still. 15 minutes remaining in the first half. 0-0, Stetch on a run. Just absolutely trying to blow the play up. And here's Plesha. Plesha nearly hauled down. Canada tries to counterattack. Good defensive structure from the U.S. Held onto by Eberhard, who now just drops it to Stetch. Eberhard and Stetch, close personal friends in real life. Don't live too far from each other. Bazicki. Cousineau bats that thing low. Allows the Canadians to change. Here's Plesha. Plesha knocks that ball around to Stetch. Stetch can wheel in space. She just drifts sideways across the rink. Surveys, sends the ball around, but it bounces weird, and now it's a chance for the Canadians. And now Stetch recovers, takes it over, and can run. And a Canadian fell over, and it's an odd man rush. They correct the mistake, though. Back check nicely. And here's Jillian McDonald holding the ball. Some American personnel change. Send it in the middle. Ostad with a one-timer. Cleared and out. Megan's going to hold in her crease to get the icing whistle, and there it is. U.S. has a chance to set up now, and they'll bring out Gustafson, Rochelle, and Ostad on the forward line with Betker and Cheng to join them on the back line. Cheng. Ostad. Ostad to Ellen. Ellen sends a wrister that's blocked. Good play there by Marquis. Two-on-one for the Canadians. Chipped across. This is Vandelar. Couldn't quite catch up to the pass. Ostad defends. Hard for me to see that corner of the ice. Obstructed view. Vandelar gets a shot away. Marquette wheels to the front. That's set up in front. Not out. Now cleared. Cheng has it. She backs off. Nice crossover there. She's looking to flip the ball. Doesn't have a teammate to do it to, so she just wheels and creates space. Chops the ball up, and here's Rochelle knocking that ball down. Marquette will come and chase after it in the hopes that the icing will be called, and it is. U.S. will change personnel. Plesha, Myers, Dawson, Langevin, and Stetch all on the ice for the United States. Won by the Americans. Stetch takes over, rings that around to Dawson. Dawson on the sidewall. Dawson tried to flare past right down center, and she's got Langevin on the back door if she can beat Marquette. Centered in front. Doesn't quite get everything on it. Myers takes over. Great exit ball there, and it gave the Americans a legit chance. Myers. Pinched off. Dawson back in the D spot. Surveys. Flares a pass up the center. Myers trying to grab it around Cousineau, and that ball saucered down. Dawson will retreat. She has a Canadian putting some pressure on, so she rings the boards around to her teammate. Stetch has Plesha now in space, and Plesha's roaring forward down the offensive zone. There's a chance by Langevin. Goalie makes a save. Really quality look, maybe the best yet by the Americans. Here's Myers. Myers sends it into Langevin, another chance. Good defense by the Canadians to break up that play. Maybe the American muscle starting to come alive. Haven't been able to score a lot of goals. Down 2-1 in the series. Canada could clinch with a victory here. Bazicki tries to pinch, wiped out of the play, and it's a 3-on-2. McDonald trying to close it down. Good defense there. Good recovery by Bretzman. Stetch touches it to the wall. Stetch, patient, sends that ball around to Bazicki. Bazicki's got Eberhard right away. Eberhard just throws the ball into the zone and starts to apply a little pressure. Marquis just holds, surveying the ice, trying to figure out what they want to do on the breakout. Real good patience. Not a ton of aggressive pressure from the Americans right now. It is 0-0. Eberhard just containing. Vandelar. There's the turnover the U.S. wants, but it doesn't materialize, and now it's actually a counterattack. Michelle takes a shot, and she scores! She sneaks behind Bazicki, gets out and fires a rocket to the far post that beats Wetter in the goal, and Canada scores. 10:09 in the first. Canada leads 1-0. USA needs to reset, manufacture a gritty goal. Gustafson wins the draw. Cheng takes over. Cheng looking to flip the ball and does. Cheng will go in on a tear of her own. Tries to break the pass up from Marquis. She's on it. This is Gustafson. Gustafson holds, sends it down low. This is Cheng. Cheng waggles to the middle. Now puts it back on the wall to Ellen. Ellen walks forward. Rochelle has Dawson back door. Great pass. Dawson chops that thing on. Goalie has to make a save. Nearly tipped in. Great little development there. Here's Cheng. Sent it to Gustafson. Gustafson can send one. Here's Ellen. Dawson crashing low out of her D spot again. She's down behind the net. Now she wanders back up. She pinches hard again, taken over by Ellen and driven in. Ostad takes over. Ball bounces loose. Ostad trying to win it. Cousineau tries to clear. Doesn't get past Stetch. Stetch looking to drive one. Low, hard, bouncing ball. Cleared, but right on frame, so there's no icing. Megan looking for a long pass up to Plesha, gets it on her broom, but immediately defended by the Canadians. Now that ball's sent all the way to Cheng. Cheng can walk the zone and does. She's got Taylor to her left. She's got Plesha with her. She cuts across nicely. She drives the ball back to Plesha, but it doesn't quite work out. Plesha knocks that thing low. Tries to find Taylor in front, just bounces over her broom. Marquette defends. Taylor. Langevin. And here comes Taylor. She's got Carly with her. There's a flip pass to Stetch. Stetch puts it in. No, it's not cleaned up. It's batted in. And the whistle is blown. The net is off. Stetch got smashed into the wall. She says she's all right. Pretty sure Stetch is made out of granite or some sort of other natural material. I've never seen a person put themselves through more abuse in a sporting event than Amy Stetch does. She is tough. This is the goal scorer, Michelle, carrying the ball there. Marquette makes a nice play, pinched by Eberhard. Eberhard tries to flare to the middle. That's touched on. Megan stays in her crease and decides not to play that ball. Pinched off. Sent low. Rung around. Megan kicks it to the wall. Bazicki can't get there. Canada controls. .7:31 in the first. Canada up a goal. and controlling possession right now. Bolduc sends it to Marquette. Marquette has the ball, tries to get it past Eberhard and does. Eberhard wanted Bazicki on a break, didn't quite have it. Bazicki's got to get back into play defensively. She does. Ball's launched low. Bolduc has it. Now pressure from Dawson. That's sent low. 6:55 in the first. Canada controls low behind the net. That's centered out front. Bretzman controls, it's turned over. Couture. Dawson just wants to clear that, but again, that doesn't get out. Now they can wander forward. Americans caught in a change here, but the ball bounces favorably to them, and Cheng will cross over her player and just run. Just doesn't quite get it to Ostad, but she's in on a forecheck. Stetch finds Ostad off of Rochelle's broom. It's got Cheng. Cheng can drive the net. Cheng will shoot. It's well into the, batted in, and it's in! It's a goal! The United States scores! Sheila Cheng drives it to the net and Ostad bashes it home! The U.S. answers, it's 1-1, 5:42 in the first. Kind of developed out of nowhere. Long ball out, Cheng walked through the neutral zone, gained the red. Couple of touch passes later, it's back on her broom, and she sends it to the front of the frame. Madison Ostad with the goal, assist to Cheng at 5:42 of the first, and it's 1-1. Holy cow, every single game is a barn burner here. Uh-oh, Canada in a 2-on-0. MJ Vandelar in space. She can drive it. Nice save by Megan. Tipped up. Megan solid with another save. Leonard saves the day there twice. Now they walk to the middle. Shot in again. Bounced off by Plesha. Nice defensive play. She's in some space. Underrated speed out of her. She beats Couture down the wall. She's got Taylor in the center. Carly comes to support along the wall. She chips it low. This is Myers. Myers tries to send it in, and here's a shot in. Bounced off, saved nicely by the goaltender. Stetch will recover. Cheng's got it. Sends it low. This is Taylor Myers. Taylor walks off the sidewall, bounces it down to Plesha. Plesha controls, drives it, doesn't get all of it, bounces into the Canadians. She's down. Cousineau tries to clear. She crosses up, and Cheng says no thanks. Now she does clear. Stetch will be the first one there. Penalty coming for a high stick to Stetch's helmet. Any head contact is a penalty. Even though that was unintentional and brief, it was contact to the helmet, and the call's good. She was offsides, no call. But what a crossover. Control the zone. Delayed penalty. Just wait. Ellen on. Plesha holds. They're just content. Cheng to Stetch to Cheng, back to Stetch. The blood slowly draining out of the hand of the referee. Stetch to Bazicki. His fingers are getting tingly. Stetch to Bazicki. Now Cheng. Stetch. This is Cheng. .258 remaining in the first. Nice pass across to Bazicki. Good one touch to Stetch. There's Ellen just trying to send it low. Here's Cheng to Rochelle. Rochelle sends a pass up to Stetch. Stetch crosses over with Bazicki. Trying to find a shot to drive. Doesn't have it. Content to control. McDonald. McDonald to Bazicki. Bazicki to Rochelle. And still the penalty whistle hasn't happened yet. U.S. gets a change. Myers is on. Plush is off. Ellen rotating around. We're going to reset the personnel. This is Amy Stetch's wheelhouse there, the forehand one-timer, and they're out on her tight because they know if she gets a look, it can go bad fast. This is Rochelle. 2 minutes now in the half. There's his chance. Pass wasn't quite there, so Bazicki resets. Under 2 in the half. Now the penalty will now bleed over into the second half. Here's Myers. Myers, there's a bomb. Tried to tip it in. Crashed in, and he shot it in. Scored! Ellen on a backdoor tip. Crashes to the net, and the U.S. takes the lead. 1:46 remaining on a delayed penalty call. Bouncing ball that Ellen feeds to the back of the net. 1:46, and it's 2-1 United States. We continue play. Canada controlling. We're at even strength now. The delayed penalty goal returns us to even strength. 2-1 USA. Dawson makes a play that bats the ball out. Plesha finds Langevin, and Langevin's got wheels. Looking to drive a backhand shot. Instead just controls wisely, didn't have anything. Didn't want to waste an opportunity with 1:10 left. Stetch controls. Stetch to Carly Langevin. It's a bright, nice pass back to Stetch. She can't find it. There's a one touch by Taylor. Myers had a look. Tries to hack it in front. Here's Stetch with a bomb. Wide. Tries to clear. Doesn't get past Amy. The U.S. leaning on Canada right now. There's Myers with the drive. Myers is down. Can she recover? She can. Taylor goes on a wander. That rides up the side of the goal. Batted around. Plush is still on it. Now Canada trying to clear. 30 seconds remain in the half. That ball is going to go for icing all day and every day. 21.1 in the half. USA storming back after being down a goal, score twice to take the lead. Nothing is easy and nothing is for free in the Super Series. Every team here is loaded with talent. And in addition to the talent, a huge desire to win. The Canadians have come from all over Canada. And, you don't travel to a foreign country to play in a sports tournament and not care about it. And they have really come locked in, and that's so fun to see. And then the same for the Americans. Been fun all summer to watch the Americans prep for this. And everything from film study to workout groups to on-ice practice. It is a real labor of love for all these athletes. It's amazing thing. All right, well, we're at the half now. All right, we are going to come back to the footage here pretty soon. We're at the half. We've got sponsors to thank. The Minnesota Broomball program real big part of the success of this event this weekend, contributing dollars towards the women's ice time and making a difference in the whole event. Minnesota Broomball Program, if you're not familiar with them, is a group dedicated to growing the game with women and non-binary athletes. And you can find out more about the Minnesota Broomball Program all over the interwebs. If you Google search them, you can find them, I think, at mnbroomballprogram.org or MN Broomball Program on Instagram. Facebook, you can search for the Minnesota Broomball Program. They're out there. If you're interested in getting involved in the game, it's a great place to start. They're doing a lot to build the game among women. Instant Replay Sports. It's the best place in the country to get broomball gear, bar none. If you live in the Twin Cities, you're lucky because you can just drive there. They've been on site all weekend with a store and providing most of the gear that the USA athletes find themselves in, all purchased at Instant Replay. And we're starting the second half. Here we go. Ostad touches that ball, and it's bounced back to Gustafson. I'll take you as far as I can here in the second half before I have to peel off and do some coaching duties. Here's Stetch in space. Stetch is just going to run the length of the ice. She's got Couture defending her, Ellen supporting, and Sheila on a crash. Sheila's out front, unguarded. And she gets it on frame, but the goalie's up to the task. Canada controls, tries to clear, kept in. No, offsides. They say the ball got out. Dawson doesn't know. She shrugs her shoulders. It was close. Face off. Plesha wins that back to Bazicki. Bazicki tries to hit Langevin on the sidewall. Nearly does. Now she'll come over and support. Nice play by 39 to flip the ball over and around. She'll wander to the middle. Dawson steps forward, kicks it to Myers. Chipped up and out. Here's Langevin on a run. Dawson crashing to the far side. Dawson drifts towards center. Taylor takes over. Now Dawson will slide back to a D spot. And she'll come for a change. Chang on. Taylor just holds. Now sends it to the front. Couldn't get that on Plesha's broom. Now she tries, and there's a tip. Just wide, really good look from Jamie Plesha off Taylor Myers' pass. She wanders to the middle. She can't quite connect on the shot. Bazicki can, though. That's bounced in and saucered aside by the goaltender. Catherine LeBay holds. Good shift out of the American personnel there. Full changes for both teams. If the U.S. holds on here, they can force a game 5. The men have already done that. The Canadian men beat the U.S. to knot it at 2 games apiece. Two-on-one now, developing for Canada. Bounces off, still a chance here. Couture sends it across. That ball is ripped off the back glass. Bretzman has it. She'll go forward. Couture knocks that to Cousineau. Now a little flurry from the Canadians. Cousineau's got a good set of wheels. Gets just blocked aside by Stetch. Stetch is just too much for pretty much everybody out there. This is Cheng. Cheng just tries to flip that out. Can't get that past Marquette. Marquette will fake a drive. She has that backhand if she wants it. About 15 minutes to go here, 15-10. USA leading 2-1. They went down a goal and then a couple of gritty goals to climb themselves back in, one on a delayed penalty, and we'll have a face-off outside the zone as Canada knocked the net off. And it'll go outside the zone. U.S. will get a chance to change some personnel. Couture tries to get that past Ellen Rochelle, can't do it. Ellen wandering forward, dumps that to Gustafson. Gustafson on overlap. Soft set of mitts on Gustafson. She sends that to Ellen. Ellen tries to drive that in front to Ostad. It doesn't work out. The ball falls to Dawson. Dawson gathers it. Dawson saucers a pass to the sidewall. That's sent in. There's a shot. Could have been a high broom. They're desperate for one. And they go high broom on Madison Ostad, and she'll go to the box for 2 minutes. Ellen sent one high and hard. Ostad just tried to tip that in, and her broom went high. And I don't think it's a bad call. I mean, I think she did play the ball above her shoulder, and she'll serve 2 minutes for it. Well, U.S. up a goal here, really wants to have a tight and successful penalty kill. They certainly have the size to do it. Bazicki, Rochelle, Stetch, and Myers all on the ice for the United States. They're 4 tallest players, and arguably their 4 most athletic players. Ball bounces favorably and out. Minute and a half, 30 seconds already killed. 13:55. Stetch tries to clear and the ball goes to the far side. Now it's controlled. This is Michelle. This is Couture. This is Vandelar. Vandelar. Couture. Michelle with the drive, didn't get much on it. Looks to take another shot, doesn't have it, already has a goal this game. Couture with the drive. No dice, tries to force the ball in front there, doesn't work, comes to Vandelar. Vandelar with a bomb up high, stays in play. Boy, she can let that thing go. Couture. Couture with a drive low and hard. Vandelar takes over. 28 seconds remaining in the penalty, and a goal! MJ Vandelar answers for Canada with a bomb up high. Beats Megan Wenner over her shoulder, and it is 2-2. 12:53 remaining in the game. And of course, we're not at a 2. We couldn't be anything else. I'm going to have to sign off as the broadcaster here at this point. I'll hand the reins over to Mike Liga.
Hi, everyone. I'm back. That was a fantastic goal for Canada to tie that up. We got ourselves a tie game here. If this isn't exciting, I don't know what is. 2-2 game. Got the ball in the corner over here. Canada's working their way up the ice. Now that they tied it up, build up a little more confidence in what they're playing for here. We got Meyer down low at the half boards, lost the ball to Canada. Canada's just going to flip it out. Looks like no icing. They waved it off, so Chang's going to have to go get that ball. Retrieve it from the corner. USA is going to have to reset here. Chang to Dawson. Dawson walks it up. She's looking to flip it over, get the zone. Langfin gets the ball in a little deeper, goes to get it. Canada retrieves it in the back of the net. Behind the net, excuse me. Should be careful how I say that. And Canada ices the ball, so we're going to be bringing that back into the Canadian zone. Looks like we got McDonald taking the face-off against Cote. Here we go, dropping the ball. Looks like a hand pass there, so they're going to try this again. Well, looks like USA actually made the infraction there, so it's going to come out of the zone into the USA zone here. All right, USA wins it here. Zicki to Stetch, moving it up quick. Lost the ball near the red line to Bretzman. USA is going to have to bring it back. Get behind the goal line, kind of reset here. Now they're moving it up quick, and Canada knocks it down. Well done on their part. She gets to the middle of the ice, drives to the net. Winner with a great save. Canada gets another attempt at it, another look. Bazicki settles it down here in the corner, tries to move it up quick. Try to get it to Eberhardt. Ball gets through, gets to the half board. She gets in the corner. She's able to get the ball before Canada does. Hard to see from my particular angle. There we go. I see her. She's back. Eberhardt still has the ball. She's still running behind the net there. Trying to get it to Gustafson. Gustafson, strong play on the ball there to keep it on USA's stick. Gustafson brings it up a little bit, weighs the situation here, gets it to Stetch. Stetch always strong on the ball. Canada gets it, flips it out, gets their line change, finishes their line change. There you go. Winner gets the ball, gets it right back to her D. Dawson plays the ball behind her net. Stetch gets there, had a little trouble getting to that ball. And the ball pops out in front of the net, but nope. Stetch just casually brings it out. Rochelle brings it past the red line. Stops at the half boards there, passes it to Chang. She gets a look, she gets a shot, but it gets blocked by Canada. Chang is still on the ball. Ball's down low, looks like Ostad has it in the corner there. Rochelle's going to the corner to help her out, be an option for her. Canada keeps them outside. Rochelle gets that ball past to the top to Bazicki. Canada tries to take an unsuccessful swing there to try and get that ball back on their stick. Rochelle tries to split the defenders there. Bazicki makes a pass to the front, and Ostad almost got a little tip towards the net. Another throwback in front of the net. Gustafson gets the ball. She looks, sees what her options are. Very patient, doesn't have to rush anything. Oh, there he tried to thread one through, unsuccessful. But Canada tried to move it up quick, unsuccessfully for them as well. Bazicki takes a shot, gets blocked, but Ostad's still on it. Looks like we got Meyer back into the game here. Canada gets the ball in the corner. They control the play now. Got a few players changing here, get a few fresh legs out there. Smart thing. Canada's bringing it up now. Oh! Kind of a misplay there, miscommunication. Myers gets it, she turns quick, gets it on close to the net there, just misses wide. Nice play, Bazicki to keep the ball in play, and Plesha tries to get it to Myers, didn't quite connect. Looks like Marquis gonna go behind the net. Nice quiet place on the ice. Gives her team a chance to kind of set up here. Looks like they're gonna go finish a line change here. We got ourselves a 2-2 game. That breakout didn't quite work, so they just bring it back, casually working their way up here. And she opts just to pretty much get it out of the zone there. Almost intercepted that. And Bezicki flips it out into her own bench there, so we're going to have a stoppage of play here. 7:33 with a 2-2 game here. Looks like Plesher's going to take the face-off against Van de Houvet. I hope I said her last name correctly. Nice play. Canada wins the draw. That all-important face-off win. They still possess it. They get the zone. They're bringing it up. They're getting top of the circle. They take a shot and a nice block by Amy Stetch. And they still get the shot off, though. Ball's behind the net for USA. She's kind of having a little trouble controlling that ball right now. Canada gets it back, but she never gives up. Dawson comes in to help out. Stetch has control of the play, looking to split the players on the Canada team, and takes a shot on net, and it goes out of play there. So another stoppage of play. That ball's going to come out. Face off in the Canadian zone. Looks like we got McDonald taking the face-off here against Couture. A little bit of a delay here while we wait for somebody to get their gear tied back on here. Nice win by USA. Bezicki chooses to just flip that deep towards the net. Goalie opts to correctly stop the play there. Let's get set. Do another face-off here at one of the face-off dots. Canada wins the draw. Looks like Wilson working in the corner with her defensive partner. And it looks like White tried to get it out. Still working to get it out there. She doesn't give up. She gets it out of the zone. Got it past a couple of USA players. Oh, almost got the zone. Nice poke check there to keep it out from Canada's part. Eberhardt tries to make a move around Kuzno there. Some folks in the fans think they're better refs than the ones on the ice. Wanted to have a call there. Not going to get it. Bezicki retrieves the ball, settles it down a little bit. Takes a look. Eberhardt, try to tip it over to McDonald. Didn't quite work out. Chang tries to settle that, gets in front of it, controls the ball there. Brings it back to Bezicki. Looks like she's going to come off for a line change, but Gustafson's happy to come back, support her D player down low while we finish the line change for USA. Michelle's got the ball, easy flip over to Ostad. Oh, a little trouble there. Didn't quite connect stick to stick, but that's all right. Bezicki just gets that ball, moves it back up quick. Stetch is now on it. Trying to outrun Marquette there. Stetch retrieves the ball and a play on net. Look at that, throws in front of the net. And USA scores. Gustafson with the tip into the far corner against the goalie. USA goes up 3-2. Under 5 minutes to play in the second half. Nice hustle down to the corner by Stetch. A quick throw out in front of the net with Gustafson crashing to the net. Successful play. USA is back on top again. Marquette patiently works that up. Nice quick give and go. Keeps the play going forward for Canada. Chang just gets the ball, tries to flip it out, unsuccessful on that. She still gets the ball back though, gets it to her player, Plesha. Plesha moves it forward. Langving, she hustles down to the corner, make sure that ball stays on her stick, but Canada, always hard to keep that ball away from them for very long. Gets the ball back and they work their way up. Oh, tried to make a cross pass, but Plesha was in the way there. Keeps it in net, now Canada gets it out of the zone, and they're making some nice passes on stick towards the net. Not to give on it. They're still going towards the net. Bazicki says, let's get that out of here. Wilson says, let's get that back where we can take a shot by number 18, Derepentini. I hope I said her name right. Couture takes a shot just over the net, but still in play. Bazicki's got the ball now. Gets that over to Chang. She's got a little room if she wants to walk that up. Gets that good flip going. Langford a little out in front of her there, so she couldn't get the ball that time, but that's all right. It goes deep into the Canadian zone, but the Canadians retrieve it. They control the ball. And looks like somebody gets a souvenir here, unless they throw it back in. All right. So we're going to set up with a face-off down in the Canadian zone here. With 3:23 left in the game. USA just went up a couple minutes ago here. Here we go. McDonald's taking the face-off for USA. Both sides trying to get an advantage, and the ref says we're not going to have any of that. Changing them both out. We got Stetch in the face-off now against number 4, Marquis. Canada wins the draw. They try to bring it up, but looks like Dawson got in the way of that and said we're going to do something a little different and keep that ball in the Canadian zone. The Canadian bench has to watch their line change there a little bit, but everything's all good. Got ourselves a little bit of icing there, so we're going to try this again. This is getting very interesting. We're getting close to that time where you start to wonder, when are they going to pull the goalie for the Canadians here? Try and tie that game up. All right, looks like we got Van de Huvet versus Gustafson, and it's in the corner, but looks like Canada wins the draw. They control the ball right now. USA is kind of keeping it tight here, trying to keep them deep here. Canada's trying to move up, move out. Tried to make a play, wasn't as successful as they would have liked, so they're going to start behind their goal line again and work their way up. A little give and go, couldn't quite do that. Gustafson does a nice job keeping that from happening. They try to force that up, Canada does, but Gustafson gets in the way of that. Canada still controls the ball though. USA is not giving them much room here. Canada gets it out now, and oh, close play. Derepentini almost got that ball, and Stetch gets that out. Canada gets the zone now, and Plesha gets her feet there in the way, and look at that. She just kind of throws it towards the net right when they were changing the goalie out for that 6th player. Almost got a break there for USA, but not enough push on that ball. So Canada's still got the ball at 1:35. They're going to try and get the zone here. USA being stubborn. And Myers with that long reach gets the stick on it. She goes towards the net, and nice block there for number 39 in Canada, Scaro. Canada still fighting for it. Myers takes 3 Canadian players to get that ball away from her, but they got it now, and they're working their way up. And Bazicki gets the stick in the way. Canada still has the ball. but USA is making it very tough for them to get out of their own zone right now. And, yep, a bad break on the bounce on the boards there. USA has the ball still, and couldn't quite see what was going on from this angle here, but we got a whistle now. Stetch is slow to get up, but she's going to get up. She's a tough player. It looks like they opened up the penalty box for Canada there, so number 19's going to sit the rest of this out here. Balduc. Looks like 2 minutes. Canada decides to take a timeout here and think about how they're going to do this. They need to get a goal here just to tie the game, but down a player now and not much time left on the clock. It's going to be a bit of an uphill battle, but there's going to be a team that's going to do it. Canada is not a team to give up ever. This will be interesting. Not gonna say it's over yet. You can see the American team here stays on the ice. They're making sure they understand what they're going to be doing here with the rest of the time here. What do you do if you win the draw? What happens if you lose it? Canada's trying to figure out the same thing with only 5 players on the ice. At this point, they don't have a goalie in net. So everybody's a runner out there now for Canada. And USA wins the draw. Canada almost pops it out, but Stetch keeps it in. Michelle gets the ball, dumps it even deeper. Canada gets the ball. They got to work that way up front. And Ostad knocks the ball down, keeps it in the zone. USA still putting pressure on. Canada gets the flip, they get it out. Michelle's got the ball. USA still controls it. She's bringing it deep. She's going to make them come and get it. 10 seconds left. Good battle. Myers got it. She just tries to send it. And the only problem with that move is that it stops the clock with just under 3 seconds left. Probably a smarter move would have been to just push it over past the red line and call it the day there. That's all right. Canada has an opportunity here to put something on the net now. So that's the problem with that play, dumping that that ball down there so fast. That kept time on the clock for them. And now they have an opportunity here to actually lean into USA here. And the clock needs to be reset. I believe there is 3.9 seconds on the clock, or 2.9. Here we go. Face-off draw. Canada, and they couldn't get the shot off. And USA wins the game. Congratulations, the United States there. 3-2 is the game result. USA wins. Congratulations.
Welcome back, everybody. This is game 4 in the mix. Teams are just finishing warm-ups. We have about 30 seconds to go here. Last game, USA walked away with their first victory of the tournament. We are at a 1-2 result right now. Mixed Canada looking to send the USA home. I realize the USA is already home. And the USA here looking to stay alive and send this to a game 5. Both of the other games, we have game 5 up and coming here after this one in men's, and we have a game 5 following that one in women's. And I think the big question right now is, will our mixed follow suit with a game 5, or will Canada close this out early and have a little bit more time this evening for fun and libations at the local tavern, potentially maybe at their hotel? Someone tells me they're staying close down in the possibly, what was the rumor that I heard? Maybe like St. Louis Park area down near West End. There's some people staying down in that area. Lots of fun things to do down in that area. So let's figure out here. We're going to get underway shortly. We'll figure out what kind of night these teams are going to have post Super Series, and just about ready to get underway. And there is our buzzer. No teams have taken the ice yet. Lots of things to talk about before this one for the mixed from Canada. I think in their minds that last game was a little bit of a disaster result with our largest goal margin of any game so far this tournament. So we'll see if Canada mixed can redeem themselves. We all know this is a really talented group of broomball players. Things just don't go right sometimes. So looks like we're about ready. USA has picked their starting 5. We have Whalen in the back in goal. We have Tebow. Looks like Charlie Mitchell is taking the ice, along with Vickery at Hugh Trin. No shocker here. We have the mixed king of broomball stepping into the rig for Canada in Perrault. Oh, Perrault gets turned around the other way on the face-off, and we are on frame with our first shot of the game. Does not hit the frame. Trin possessing behind goal. This is Stein with the ball. Thone sends it back in. Oh, bad turnover there by Canada. Could this lead somewhere? It does not. Ball gets up here to Perrault. Perrault's looking to advance it into the zone on a sneaky Jake Stein. Good defensive player. Here is Zach Tebow behind the goal. Tebow sending it up deep. Can he find Jake Stein? Tebow to Stein. Will he get there? They do. Another battle of the legs there between Matthew Solar and Jake Stein. Solar comes away with it, and he's just going to try to keep going. A little too far on that one. And the USA sends it back inside. Possessed by Messier. Messier to Beauchemin. And Beauchemin up the boards to Normand. Normand back to Beauchemin, who attempts to get it in. Stymied a little bit by Matt Stein, who will go down behind the USA goal to retrieve. Thinks about going long. And we're out, and this is Jen Rubbles. Jen Rubbles nicely played out and on. We have Grace running onto it. Gearing. That's Pure Boten. Nice play by her to get it out, and here we go. We have Justin Gearing on the run. Not quick enough for Matt Stein, who possesses. Sends a big swing out into his bench. Wow. That is 3 times there into that bench. USA really committed to the long breakout play. And here we go. We have a face-off. We have Justin Gearing from Canada stepping into the circle against Charlie Mitchell. Ball possessed. That is Thone back behind the goal to Sherratt. Sherratt roughed up a little bit there. Loses the ball to Darian Demers. Demers plays it back up to Julia Purebotten, who takes it the other way. Backhanded swing. We got a little bit of a battle behind the goal here, and it pops out front. And the USA looks to escape this. It's a race here. The race is on between Bassan and great pass across. Turfa gets it, ball pops out. Demers is trying to run it out, and Demers does get it out. Thone, not for long. Julie Pierbotton with a soccer player type move to keep that one in the zone. Goes in deep. This is Ben Sherratt who's gonna send it up deep. And this is Charlie Mitchell. What will he do with this? This is a great chance for the USA team. Nice save by Christina Boyven. Charlie Mitchell retains though. Easily collected there. Nice little check. Fun between friends. And Canada is out with Dolan Jewell, who comes in and he's got a runner across. Did not use her. Barb Dubs snubbed on the far side pass there for a shot that does not go on frame. Face-off coming here. Alex Peralt in the circle with Jake Stein as Shelby Parisian makes her way onto the ice. Shelby Parisian behind the goal, works it behind the goal, finds Thibault. Thibault with 2 pressure on. Seeing a lot of this same forecheck here from Canada, sending those 2 forwards in on that forecheck. Ball possessed by Barb Dubs. Barb Dubs takes it behind the goal, assesses, smartly passes it out. Nice play, finds Peralt. Peralt back up high to Pierre Messier. Messier back to Peralt. Oh, Peralt looks down low. That's a nice play there. Barb Dubs with the whiff, but still a great play. Peralt in for a shot this time, and that is a great save by Lynn Whalen. Great shot by Peralt there, and we hold at 0-0 still. Hugh Trin looking to get it out. Yep, there it is. And we are out on the back of Kyle Vickery. Jake Stein trying to work it in, and Kyle Vickery goes into the goal. The goal comes crashing down, likely not unassisted into the goal, but nonetheless, the ball is likely going to come out of the zone after that goal collision with the USA player. So still knotted at 0 here. It's early, but in the last mixed game at this point, I feel like we already had 3 goals. So I was expecting a little bit more excitement early on. A little bit of help there fixing the net. Nygaard seems to have it under control. Even the pegs came out in that little melee with the goal there. Players are ready. And this is Matthew Solar into the face-off circle. I think he's facing off against Johnny Sin. Canada possesses. We have Normand with the ball. Normand sends it in deep. Back out again. This is Gracie Sir. Gracie Sir, same side, sends it back in again. And Chloe Peralt working in low. Ball pops back up to Justin Sanford. Sanford finds Matthew Solar on the far side. Something tells me he's going to shoot here, and he does. Blocked. Nice block shot there. Hannah Dunn blocking that shot. Normand with the ball, takes a couple of steps in and finds Peralt down low. It's a great little play here. Peralt back to Solar. Solar's going to carry this in behind the net, come around, see what he sees. And he sees Gracie Sir, gets it back. Oh, nice defensive play there. Chloe Peralt in for the one-timer. Someone must have touched her stick. And the USA, under a lot of pressure there and some great offensive play, sends it out of the zone and gets a shift. Canada moving the ball a lot better in this game, looking to spread it around between all players, sending players inside. Last game, they did not seem quite as active offensively, really just relying on like shot. So it is fun to see them mix it up here and move around in the offensive zone. Here we go, we have a face-off. This is Justin Gearing. Justin Gearing wins it back to Martin Bassan. Bassan takes a shot, and we have some action here in front of the net. This is Darian Demars. Demars to Justin Gearing. And we are back up high. Bassan opts to pass it off to Julie Pierbotten. Julie Pierbotten going low to Gracie Sear. Sear a little bit boxed in here, but finds a way to get it back up to Pierbotten, who goes back up to Martin Bassan, who likes what he sees. Maybe going to take a shot, yes, blocked by Charlie Mitchell. And Sam Turfa sends them out and on to the run. This is Turfa versus Bassan. Bassan possesses, easily passes across to Gearing. Gearing sends it up. This is Darian DeMars, comes away with it, working against Ben Sherratt. A little bit of a collision, nicely defended there by Sherratt. DeMars takes it back around behind the goal. Oh, there's someone. Justin Gearing wanted that one-timer. Instead, the ball goes across. Who will get there first? And that is Melissa Elke, always speedy, always gritty. USA possessing behind the goal here. This is Ben Sherratt, finds Charlie Mitchell, who finds Andy Thone, and can they get out? Sure can. Nice play. I'm not sure. Whoa. Looks like probably an offsides there. In a little early for the USA on that outplay. I do like to see the USA making a few more short passes in their zone to get out, though. Jake Stein in for the face-off. Vickery attempting there, Vickering high pressure. And, oh wow, lot of movement there. Wow, that is a great stick handle, a little bit of great stick handling, great hands there shown by Dahl and Jewell, but cannot find the corner of the goal. Working hard on the boards, and it is Vickery trying to get it out. And that is Pierre Messier who gets the better of Vickery. Back behind the net, we have Thibault. Thibault in the battle. Looks like the battle of his life out there with Barb Dubs. Barb Dubs showing her athletic defensive prowess behind the goal. And here, again, another great play by Barb Dubs to keep it in. Just battle after battle behind the net here. Ball pops out, just missed the goal. Thibault there. USA sends it out. This will not be icing, though. Our referees have waved it off. Glowy Christina Boyven comes out, plays it up. Canada with this nice, smooth, patient breakout, and then it is turned over. Hannah Dunn steps in, and here comes the USA. All right, we could see a 2-on-1 the other way if the USA doesn't hustle. This is Chloe Perrault, very dangerous, takes a shot, falls to Thibault, and we're going here, long distance breakout here. This is Grace working against Gracie Sir. He has no one with him, though. Grace in the corner working alone. Finally, a couple people joined him. No one close. Up high. We're going to see a shot and back in. Nice play there. Great connection from Stein to Grace. Grace could not get anything on it. Also opted for that near post. That shot probably should have come far post from him. USA not finding the goal early on like they did in the last game. Still a relatively back and forth game here. We have a face-off coming in Canada's zone. This is Charlie Mitchell, steps into the face-off circle against Justin Gearing. Oh, this is dangerous here. This is Matt Stein. Matt Stein puts it in, bounces around. Turfa misses his corner, picked. USA working hard to keep it in the zone here and maintain a little bit of offensive pressure. They haven't had as much sustained pressure this game as last game. That is a great play to get it out by Justin Gearing. Far side. Here comes Darian DeMars. Matt Stein comes away with it. Works Ashley Harvey. Ashley Harvey doesn't back down. Still, ball is out. Here is Melissa Elke on the run against Martin Bassan. I don't think he knows how pesky she is. Martin Bassan does get out and turns it up the ice. He finds Ashley Harvey. This is Andy Thone. The ball gets kicked out to her. Andy Thone possessing, finds Sherratt. Sherratt with the ball behind the goal. He sees Charlie Mitchell. Charlie Mitchell is in. He's got Turfa. He's got Hugh. Can't get that first pass off. Trin late to the goal there. Trin sends it back across. Sam Turfa fails to make good contact on that. Charlie Mitchell for the USA maintains possession. That's a takedown. We have a penalty coming on Canada. Our first power play of the night will be the